sell quickly. Forget trade-offs. Orchard not only lists your home for top dollar, they'll even guarantee it sells with an impressive guaranteed backup offer. Get the price you deserve and know when your old home will sell. Get a free no-obligation cash offer at Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Brighten your home, and for a limited time, save up to 20% on Benjamin Moore Paint by joining the Gyrie's loyalty program. Stop by a store or go to GUIRYS.com to sign up today. Gyrie's, your neighborhood paint store since 1899.
This report is sponsored by the Ben Ferguson Podcast.
Partly cloudy skies for your Thursday morning with another round of storms on the way for this afternoon, potentially becoming strong to severe. Highs today only in the mid to upper 70s. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burst.
Hunter Biden pleads guilty, and it's a deal that every American should be angry about. It protects Joe Biden and the Biden crime family. I give you all the details on the Ben Ferguson Podcast, so download it right now wherever you get your podcasts.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver. An iHeartRadio station. Available everywhere. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. More decisions today from the Supreme Court. One of them, a 5-4 ruling, goes against the Navajo Nation in a water rights dispute. Meanwhile, the court still has several significant cases on the table, including affirmative action in college admissions and President Biden's student loan forgiveness program. Likely no oxygen left for 5 crew members on board a missing submarine lost deep in the North Atlantic Ocean.
We know that the French vehicle that's out there, it can go underwater and it has that arm that could free the sub if it were stuck, but it can't carry it up, right? So the hope would be that if it finds it, they could free the sub and then the sub would rise to the surface. But that journey alone would take 2.5 hours to go from the bottom of the sea all the way to the top.
ABC's Gio Benitez. Another setback for embattled New York Congressman George Santos facing federal charges of fraud. A judge ordering the undisclosed names of those guaranteeing his $500,000 bond unsealed today. This is ABC News. Dozens of people are hurt after an explosion in Paris. Investigators think it may have been connected to a gas leak.
Devastation right in the heart of Paris, with rescue teams this morning still searching through the rubble after powerful explosions rocked the French capital Wednesday evening, blowing away a building housing a prestigious American fashion academy. One person still feared missing, more than 30 badly injured, with 6 in critical condition, according to French officials.
ABC's Tom-Sophie Borage. More people buying homes across the country. The National Association of Realtors says sales of previously owned homes rose 2% in May compared to April, but it's down more than 20% compared to a year ago as interest rates have gone up. Starting today, a trial over a massive deal in the video gaming world. Federal regulators have sued, looking to block Microsoft's $69 billion deal to buy video game giant Activision. They argue it would stifle competition. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Nearly 100 people were injured after being pounded with golf ball-sized hail at Red Rocks. Fans were gathering to hear pop star Louis Tomlinson when a storm rolled in and began pelting them with hailstones. Officials say 7 people were taken to the hospital with broken bones and lacerations. Over 80 others were treated at the scene. The concert was postponed. And we could see more severe weather today.
Another round of storms on the way for your Thursday afternoon, some of which could become strong to severe, although not nearly as active as your Wednesday evening. Highs today in the the mid to upper 70s. Then we're back to sunshine for your Friday, highs in the 80s, and that'll last through the whole weekend.
That's Fox 31 meteorologist Kylie Burse. Denver ranks near the bottom of the list of America's best-run cities, coming in 135th out of 149. Wallet Hub used metrics like financial stability, education, health and safety, economy, and pollution. Denver taking hits for the amount of debt and spending per person compared to other cities. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Ben Ferguson Podcast.
Couple bumps and bruises out there throughout the Denver Metro to start off your late morning, starting on the north end of town, I-25 southbound after the 128th Avenue overpass. We've got an accident blocking the carpool lane with stop-and-go traffic back from 144th. Only a couple minutes of delays for folks heading south towards the downtown area. Southeast of there through Aurora, I-225 northbound near I-70. Watch out for the right lane, all blocked up by standing water. We're seeing stopped-up traffic. Back from 17th, about 5 minutes of delays. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, sunny skies for now. We are expecting those clouds to roll back in with intense thunderstorms, wind, and potential hail. Overnight low 56. The current temperature 72 degrees with your Impact Traffic and weather. Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hunter Biden pleads guilty, and it's a deal that every American should be angry about. It protects Joe Biden and the Biden crime family. I give you all the details on the Ben Ferguson Podcast, so download it right now wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you feeling trapped by your mounting credit card debt, making minimum payments month after month, only to see the balance barely budge? Hey, it's Ross, and my friends at American Financing understand how stressful this can be. But guess what? If you own a home, there's a smarter way to tackle that debt. You can unlock the power of being a homeowner. With American Financing, you can use the equity in your home to pay off high-interest credit card debt. So imagine saying goodbye to those never-ending interest charges. The best part, their customers are saving an average of $700 every month. Their salary-based mortgage consultants will walk you through your savings. There are no upfront fees, no obligation, and you could close in as fast as 10 days, and you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments for much greater short-term cash flow. American Financing specializes in finding solutions for homeowners. Act now. Don't wait another minute. Call 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000. Or online at AmericanFinancing.net.
NMLS 182334, regulated by the Division of Real Estate.
This is Dave Logan for Dan Kaplis Law, a serious firm for serious cases.
It's the Dan Kaplis Show. Afternoons 4 to 6.
You're going to enjoy this. Ryan has the show. He'll talk in part about the GOP is going to feature in 24 their opposition to gender-altering medical treatment for kids. Do you think that's going to be a winner with the voters? Join Ryan at 4.
Yeah. Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. Our number is 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. And, of course, you can always call 303-MARTINO 24/7 for problems, questions, and complaints. Leave your number, and we will get back to you. This hour brought to you by waterpros.net for the best drinking water at your kitchen sink. Reverse osmosis water, triple filter, no power required, runs off the water. Under $1,000, fully installed. Paul, thewaterman.com. 303-862-5554. So what's on your mind today? Has someone lied to you? Cheated you? Ripped you off? Do you know I've been asking that question for about 45 years, 43 years, and that's just in Denver. And we get a lot of varied answers. Lately, a lot has to do with renting. Landlords not paying attention. Landlords not taking care of the place. And tenants facing rent increases, sometimes 50% rent increases, not knowing what to do. A lot of used cars because people can't afford transportation. Really and truly, it's a tough time. It really is. You know, we have record unemployment, but people are not faring as well as they used to. Young people can hardly make enough living to live without 2 or 3 in an apartment. And yesterday, we did this a little. We asked, what chafes your rear? And I got a lot of texts I didn't get a chance to get to. But it really is a good question on what chafes your rear. In other words, if you had to pick something, and this isn't political or meant to be political, by the way. I don't care if you do respond politically. I'm not going to make you, I'm not going to put restrictions on what you do. But I would like to know what chafes your rear. So anyway, what we have are a list of things. One person said, and I don't know why, but it really bothers them. They said they're really pissed at how people have no respect for the laws of Colorado when they move here. They don't register their cars, so they're not chipping in to help with the roads, and no one is enforcing registration anymore. But that shouldn't surprise us, because if you think about it, no one is truly enforcing laws anymore. We're truly fast becoming a lawless society. Only the very serious crimes are being enforced. That's a fact of life. You don't have to... I don't know when this changed. I don't know when this attitude came about that crime is okay, whether it be traffic crime, whether it be shoplifting, scofflawing of any kind. People are not being prosecuted. Drugs, how about that? How about being picked up? You're a woman of color from Commerce City smuggling 50 pounds of cocaine laced with fentanyl to Summit County, to the rich mountain folk. You're busted, and the district attorney lets you go and decides not to prosecute and seals all the records. What do you think about that? Crime is going unpunished everywhere we look. Everywhere. Now, as far as enforcing license plate laws, where do you think people are coming from, by the way? Have you noticed people moving into the state? Where do you think they're coming from? What do you think the #1 state is sending people to Colorado? What do you think it is? The #1 state, the top 5 states coming to Colorado. Okay, I'm gonna do a little trivia here. Brendan Killian is with Made in the Shade window coverings. Brendan, what would you say the #1 state contributing to our influx of people? And by the way, I'm not saying that's good or bad. I don't mind people coming to the state. Of course, what do you think? What do you think the #1 state is?
I would say either California or my home state of Illinois.
Texas.
Texas. Huh.
Texas is the #1 state. Yep. If you've seen now, a lot of people, millions of people, by the way, from California are moving to Texas.
Right.
And people from Texas are moving to Colorado.
Because of that?
I don't know. But Californians have turned Austin into a liberal bastion. And it's like a liberal bastion in a conservative state. Now, we have what used to be a conservative state is now a liberal state. Absolutely as far liberal as you can get. Not as far as California, but so people in Texas are now moving to Colorado. And then the second state coming here is California. Mm-hmm. So we have people from Texas and people from California coming here. Next is Florida. Now, I don't know why people from Florida would come here.
Huh.
Okay, but people from Florida are coming here. Then the fourth state to export the most people here would be Arizona. And then your state of Illinois is the 5th one.
Is it?
Yeah. Now, why did you think Illinois was moving here?
I just know I still have family there.
But I mean,
taxes and the politics are just out of control.
Okay.
And they have been forever, but they're really bad now.
So in any case, we have an influx of people from those are the 5 top states. Now, what chafes your rear? I've had other people tell me that crime is chafing their rear. They hate to see it. They've just decriminalized car theft in this state. What they've said was you have to do more, you have to do multiple car thefts for it to be a felony. It's now just a misdemeanor. And if the car is returned within 24 hours, you probably won't be charged with anything. No, I'm serious, by the way.
It's incentivizing crime.
No, so I mean, this is reality, folks. So I'm going to ask you, what chafes your rear right now? What is it? If you had to pick something that bugs the hell out of you, what bugs you? I'll tell you another thing that bugs me. And by the way, I'm really serious about this. I call it news preach. News preach. And what it is, by the way, just hear me out. I absolutely, positively do not mind hearing the news when it comes to tornadoes and floods and heat waves and forest fires. Every single report I've heard, every single one of them from mainstream media has mentioned climate change. Now, I don't want to get into the climate change topic because if you want to do a report about climate change, do it. If you want to do editorials about climate change, do it. But what I don't understand is when we're hearing a news story and they work into the story every single time, and scientists say this will go on and more because of climate change, okay? They're saying, they're preaching to you no matter what. Al Roker now cannot do a weathercast. He cannot do one without mentioning climate change. Okay? We have extreme weather. We've had it forever. And I'm not getting into whether we have climate change or not. What I'm saying is, can't we hear about a forest fire? Can't we hear about things without having to say, and by the way, climate change will contribute to many more? Or hurricanes. Every single time I turn on the news, that's what you hear. There's news preach about crime. Okay? They're doing a story about crime. And then they'll mention, and liberal policies continue to be soft on crime. Okay, that's news preach on the other side, right? I think news preach sucks. Locally, the Denver Gazette said in their ads, they're going to give us news and not preach to us. Now, have you followed the new Denver Gazette?
I have not.
An online newspaper? Well, you know, the Denver Post is all but dead. Rocky Mountain News is gone. There's something, you know, that we read online, or at least I do. It's called, do you ever read something called Newsbreak online? It's like an online newsletter. It's called Newsbreak. And what it does, it is an aggregate site for news stories written by other outlets. And they put the stories together in kind of a news feed. Have you read it?
I have not, but it's an interesting idea.
Oh, no, it's a great idea called Newsbreak. Shannon, do you read that? Kachina, do you guys read that?
No, sir.
Huh? No? Yeah.
I have not, but I know what it is.
Oh, I thought it was very popular. Am I the only one thinking that?
There's a lot of different aggregate sites that do that. I happen to be into Substack a lot and just follow certain writers.
Okay. In fact, that is a good question where people get news. But even local news has begun to news preach. I think, honest to God, if you're just looking for news and not to be preached to, and I mean preached on any side of the road, you just want to hear what's going on, and you don't want to hear the spin, where do you go? I'd like to know, where do you go? Come on, you can tell me, where do you go? You're not going to go to Channel 9. I swear to God that Channel 9 just ought to have an office next to Biden and next to Polis, that as their PR machine. It's the Polis PR machine or the Democrat PR machine. And then you have other places where you go, and it's just the opposite. Wouldn't you like to, honest to God, hear what is going on without a spin? 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. And I can't help but mention the submarine thing. God, I can't believe the meanness of people. Have you heard some of the comments on social media?
Yeah, about the gaming controller and
yeah,
whatnot.
and about billionaires playing, and they deserve it. They deserve what they get. And I mean,
it's awful.
Look, it does sound a little foolhardy spending $250,000 to $250,000 just to get a ticket on a sub, and the daring stuff you do. But we don't hear that about when rock climbers die. They take risks. We don't hear that meanness. It seems like they're not sympathetic victims because they're rich, possibly. But can you imagine the horror? And I think everyone with, a heartbeat has put themselves in that position and said to themselves, OMG, what would I have done? Anyway, we have more coming up. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. My question to you, what chafes your rear? Have you heard the cruel news, by the way? Have you heard some of the jokes about the submarine and about people and some of the mean comments? Have you also noticed the mean comments on social media in general? It's truly disgusting. By the way, One Clear Choice Garage Doors will fix your garage doors 24/7 if you have an emergency. What I love about them is they also do these comprehensive inspections for just $80 if you're moving into a home. I've used them for garage doors, openers, any part of the garage door. I've had a broken spring one time. I couldn't get my door closed. They came out in the evening. Call them. All of their prices are on their website, oneclearchoicedoors.com, 720-370-3987.
Brighten your home, and for a limited time, save up to 20% on Benjamin Moore Paint by joining the Gyrie's loyalty program. Stop by a store or go to GUIRYS.com to sign up.
Quick to you.
Gyrie's, your neighborhood paint store since 1899.
Hey, I love talking about deals, especially when it comes to plumbing. EuroPlumbingColorado.net. The best deals for water heaters starting at just $12.99, fully installed, the old one taken away and hauled away. And guess what? They also have the best deals on garbage disposals and sump pumps. And this time of year, a lot of people are replacing sump pumps to avoid flooding. And listen to this. They guarantee the lowest price. In fact, with garbage disposals and sump pumps, they can save you, they say, up to 90%. Oh, my goodness. Call them 303-668-6844. No, excuse me. That's what it is, 6844. So it's 303-668-6844, EuroPlumbingColorado.net. All right, now let's talk about another great deal. How about a great deal when it comes to getting a market evaluation of your home? You might think, what do I need that for? Before you even think about selling your house, don't you want to know, what do you think I can get for it? How much is it worth? And what are the comps going for? What are houses in this neighborhood and similar neighborhoods going for? And what will I net after commissions and everything? And then what can I buy? This is a market analysis provided free to you from Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622.
Cute.
Small business.
Hey, Kachina?
Yes.
I'm going to text you something from someone that came over next door to get on.
Okay.
Now listen, here's the deal. I know she wanted to talk to me privately, but tell her this is the best way to do it.
And you got this from next door?
Yep, and she gave me her number and everything. Hold on a second. Let me
Her name isn't Janet, is it? Because I had one this morning that didn't want to come on, whose name was Janet, that was on call screener. Or the show call list.
Let me see. Hold on. Her name is Lisa.
Okay. Oh, if it's Lisa, I also talked to her. Is that the one that has the property issue with her daughter?
Is this about flooded 3 times? The daughter lives in an apartment that flooded 3 times?
Yeah, so she's actually on. She couldn't do it today, so she's scheduled for tomorrow.
Okay, good. I just sent it to you, but disregarded
Send me Ann's, though. Yeah, this is the same woman, Tom. She's on for tomorrow.
Got it.
Good morning, Martino Show.
It's funny. The worst drivers are some of the top states coming here. The worst drivers, according to a survey, an insurance survey.
You know, I was thinking
Okay,
about why
or hang up on me. Okay, that works too.
It is interesting, and Texas, that I think they feel like people with other politics are coming into their state, and they want to leave. My brother left Colorado. He went to Alabama last year with once his kids went to college.
Colorado is becoming
way lopsided. Oh yeah, it is. Yep.
It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, and it's like, Illinois too. It doesn't matter what the rest of the state is, as long as Chicago's one way, that's the way the whole state's going to be. Cook County, it's where all the population is.
Gentlemen.
Podcast. Denver's talk station.
Online at khout.com.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Get your calls in. You can call 303-MARTINO. When we're here, it'll come right through. 303-627-8466. You can also leave a message, and we will call you back and get you on the show. And it's better to call with problems before they become a major issue. And we've had several over the last few weeks where people should have called sooner. Now, one big problem around the country and in Colorado have to do with squatters. And by the way, the laws have not changed. We could all say, oh, the world's going to hell, the country's going to hell, and that's why it's happening. The laws have always been there, but people have not been hip to them. But squatting laws are such that if someone claims to have a tenancy in your house, just claims, and I promise you this is true, they do not have to prove anything right away. They just have to claim it, and you cannot remove them. This means, and I swear to God, if you go away for a long weekend and you come back and someone is in your home. In fact, if you went away for 2 weeks and someone has a friend mail them something at the house and they squat in your house and there's no apparent signs of break-in, like let's say they break in, repair the door, or they just get in, If you come home and they claim to live there and show a piece of mail, police will not remove them, they will not arrest them, and you must go through an eviction. It's the God's honest truth, and luckily not a lot of people here are doing that, but it's happening around the country. It's a claim to tenancy. Now, this can happen if you go to work and come back. The problem is, usually there has to be enough time where they can establish some evidence, for example, a piece of mail. But some people have a piece of mail, listen to this, go to a vacant rental. Now, landlords and people that go to mailboxes, what do they do with mail not addressed to them? These people come and grab the mail before you find it. Now, why would they do that? Because then they break into the vacant rental and they have a piece of mail and they claim they live there. You cannot remove them without a drawn-out eviction. Now, if they don't have a written lease, it would be what's called a tenancy at will, which can be terminated pretty quickly. But you have to serve them to say you have 3 days to leave with a tenancy at will. And in that 3 days, if they don't leave after that, you then have to go to court. You could literally be a month or two getting them out of there. There are people that, for example, rent your home and claim to have the right to rent it. They collect money, and the victim gets into the home, and they're a victim, but because they can show that they thought they were renting it, you cannot remove them. Now, do you think this is the Twilight Zone? If you do, I defy you to prove differently, because we had our landlord, our real estate attorney on, and he absolutely positively confirmed this, that if someone claims residency, claims it, they get it until you evict them. That's one of the crazy things. You think things can't get crazier? Listen to this one. I don't bring this up to piss you off, by the way. I'd like to know what chafes your rear. And if you have a problem, question, or complaint. Here's another one. Somebody texted me that chafes their rear. And you can text me to 57739. Put Tom somewhere in the subject so I can see it. But here's this one. In Chicago, excuse me, San Francisco, I'm sorry. In San Francisco, they don't use mugshots anymore. Do you know why? It's racist. Now, hold on a second. Do you know when people say that? When people say we're not going to prosecute car theft as much, we're not going to use mugshots, we're not going to prosecute shoplifting, and when they give the reason it's racist, what are they actually saying? Would you be insulted as a person of color if you heard that?
Yeah, I think it's
I know I have a lot of people of color, a lot of black people, a lot of Hispanic people that listen to my show. I'd love to hear from them. I swear to God, I'd love to hear from you. What do you think when you hear people say, usually white limousine liberals, when they say, we're no longer going to issue mugshots, we're no longer going to prosecute certain crimes because it's racist. What does that, wouldn't you be insulted? I swear to God, if anyone ever said, for example, we're no longer going to go after money laundering because it makes Italians look bad. Let's just say they said that. What are they actually saying? They're saying that Italians are crooks and launder money. I mean, that's what they're saying. We have to help the poor downtrodden black person because they commit so much crime. We don't want to put their pictures out there. I would be more insulted than happy. I would say, what, are you kidding me? I don't, what are you saying about me? What are you saying about my people? That's what I would say. 303-713-8255. By the way, we have more coming up. I'd just like to know what chafes your rear. By the way, if you have a problem too, that's good. We have Brendan with us from Made in the Shade, and I do have a text for him coming up right after this. Did you want me to see the dishwasher thing?
This hour from
Let me know if you want her to come back on.
Yeah, I
State
got the
local
pictures. I'd love
fiduciary
to.
advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Couple bumps and bruises out there throughout the Denver Metro to start off your late morning, starting on the north end of town, I-25 southbound after the 128th Avenue overpass. We've got an accident blocking the carpool lane with stop-and-go traffic back from 144th. Only a couple minutes of delays for folks heading south towards the downtown area.
Yes, sir.
East of there through Aurora,
we don't have
I-225
time, I
northbound
guess.
near
I just
I-70.
didn't
Watch
want to put
out
these
for the
two
right
together, and I
lane.
You know, I can do that.
Can you give me another
let's
30?
Hang on, I'll give you a different 30.
Just tell me what it is.
David Ellis.
To roll back in
Done.
thunderstorms, wind, and potential hail. Overnight low 50.
Yeah, man. I'll work on that in the future.
Yeah, sometimes you don't know. Traffic doesn't
To find
know.
the answer,
And they're technically
America
not the
tells
same,
the story
but
of how
enough
some
the same.
But it's close. Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Independent media revolution, and listen to the show
There you go.
talking about Red Pilled America, available anywhere you get podcast.
You know, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, they are a sponsor of this show. But I also am a client. I am going to them, and they took some of the elements I've had over the years for retirement. They're helping me put together a plan. They can help you too. Listen, retirement hits everyone. The sooner you can plan, the better. They can help you no matter how much you make to make sure you put enough away, just even a little bit, that will grow with their system. By the way, they will give you a free analysis of your financial situation. And you don't have to be rich to have a plan. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. They're good people, family owned and operated, rpcenter.com. They'll come to you, 970-663-3211. No obligation for this free review. See how you stack up for retirement. 970-663-3211, rpcenter.com. Hey, and speaking of financial stuff, what if you want some extra cash from old jewelry? Now, you know what? Why let that be in a drawer if you have some gold or silver, titanium, whatever it is? Tangled messes, mismatched earrings, coin collections, whatever, you know, broken watches. If it has precious metals, David Ellis Jewelry, an honest name that we've known for 40 years, they'll buy it. Don't ever meet someone from social media, for God's sakes. Go to a name we know and trust. At 3rd and Clayton in Cherry Creek. That's 2640 East 3rd Avenue, David Ellis Jewelry. He'll buy it on the spot. 303-322-8779. 303-322-8779.
Rock, thank you.
Do you know how to put pictures up on the feed?
Kelly.
I could probably figure
If you don't, that's fine.
I mean, don't you just attach it?
Well, no, on the feed.
Yeah, on the YouTube feed.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, don't you just attach the pictures?
Well, wouldn't you within vMix?
I don't know how to do it. Honest to
Switch
God, I
to a
don't.
still.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have messed with it.
And switch back.
I don't want to fuck with that. I've never done it, and I don't want to. That thing is so sensitive.
Listen, people.
There's like 7 or 8 things I've never done I'd be willing to try, except a
But
freaking...
I can get Josie back on if you want to talk to her.
Except a sub ride to the Titanic. I'm out.
Yeah, I think we're all out on that.
Man.
I am so sad about that. Do you
Yep.
think they're dead? I mean, did they say
yeah.
they're dead?
No, by now, yes.
Gosh, dang
And
it.
the only thing that would have been a good way to go, I've heard, is if it did implode and they would have died in seconds, as opposed to 4 days.
Okay.
And listen, people can make fun of dead billionaires all they want, so long as I don't get in trouble for laughing every time there's a celebration in Chicago. I certainly understand the people from Illinois, right, that support their. But I'm from Detroit, so I'm the natural enemy of anybody from Illinois.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, bring it on. You and the damn Chicago Bulls. Somewhere Bill Lambier is elbowing
Are you a
guy.
Chicago Bulls fan?
I am. Yeah, all Chicago teams, except for the White Sox.
Yeah, no, nobody likes the...
Yeah, I root for the Denver teams when they're not playing my Chicago team.
Well, listen, I'm rational. The only team I don't support from Detroit are the Red Wings because, you know, Satan.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Awful. Oh, crap. Somehow we have Doc in the studio now. Did you know he was coming here?
Who's
We got
coming
Doc.
here?
Doc is here.
Oh,
for
cool.
Some reason. Well, yeah.
I
Says
thought
you.
his battery was dead.
Well, maybe he got some more batteries out of the nightstand.
You're an evil person.
Evil? There's no way a professional doesn't have some exquisite device at arm's length. He knows his business.
Business.
He just missed being able to treat hysteria. Got to Google that one. Here you go.
00.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, my YouTube morons, and I say that affectionately, they say that, what if someone takes a mugshot, and let's say it's a minor crime, and then they use it online to, you know, could that be unfair? I think that's what they're getting at. And the bottom line is this: mugshots could be misused. They can be, for sure. But does that mean we should stop using them? Now, they did say, to be fair, in San Francisco, they would use mugshots for the most dangerous criminals who are a threat. Now, in other words, I think they're saying if you steal a car, if you just do something shoplifting or you're disturbing the peace or something, who knows, they're not going to use a mugshot. They don't want a record of people with mugshots, and most mugshots are racist, so they're not going to show them. But in any case, that is a good point. Mugshots can be misused. Okay, that's a point. 303-713-TALK is our number, or you can call 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. I have a question here about window coverings. They want to know, is there a such thing as plantation shutters that have battery-operated remotes that can actually open and close? I know with plantation shutters, I was given a rod, and you go up to them if they're high, and you use. But can you use, Brendan? Can you use? Are there battery-operated ones?
Absolutely.
There really
Yep,
are.
You can. We put them in Dragon's house, actually.
Are you kidding me?
Motorized shutters. Yep.
Motorized.
With the motorized.
So like the ones I have here, but they're motorized.
Right.
Holy crap! You can't convert these to motorized.
No.
Now. Okay.
No.
So, wow. So you know what's cool about that? You can probably set them so they're exactly the same.
Right. They come linked, and then you can adjust them if you need to. But they come linked. Exactly
I'm what you call
the
an
same.
anal retentive obsessed person, and I go around and I can't stand it when they're not even. But are they substantially more? By the way, are they fiberglass or some kind of fiber, or are they wood?
Both. We have composite, which does really well in Colorado in the high desert climate.
What would you say
wood does well?
What does the motorization add to the cost?
Usually about, I would say about 200 to 225 per window.
It adds to it.
It adds to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now, as far as finishes, do you get only white with plantation shutters?
No, we have there's probably half a dozen different whites, and then you get into all sorts of tones, grays, colors, and then you've got all sorts of stained woods out there. We can also, I work with another vendor that can do an exact match to whatever wood you have in your house. We can build them out of that
crap.
as well.
Holy crap.
Yeah, and we can do any shape.
To me, shutters are
arches.
the best. I love shutters, but I guess they don't go with every decor, do they? I mean, I don't know.
Pretty
It seems
timeless.
like they're pretty neutral, huh?
They are also the only window covering that adds value to your house, so you could actually get a home equity loan on shutters because it retains value. It adds value to your
No crap,
actual
and you're right.
property.
It's not something you're going to take with you. For
Right.
some reason, my camera went off again. I don't know if it's maybe ugly guests I have in the house or whatever, but my camera kind of goes off on its own. I thought it was Mark for a while, but he's not been in front of this camera. So now, if you are on YouTube, my YouTube morons, you're going to notice that the camera's not on, but I'll reset it during a commercial. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, someone else wants to know, and by the way, this is assuming a lease. They want to know if, and by the way, you can text me as well. You know, it's weird how some days texts overpower phone calls, 57739, and you can do it that way, or you can just call us at 303-713-TALK or 303-MARTINO. Okay, now, one thing they want to know is, hold on, where is it? I just lost that one, but I have another one. Let me just read this one. All right, the thing that really bothers me, we were talking about news preach and not being able to just see news. I guess that's what this is in response to. It says, the January 6th crowd was prosecuted and sent to jail, many of them, some of them for minor crimes, and none of those thugs across the country that tore down storefronts, stole merchandise, destroyed cars, hurt people, ever were prosecuted. In fact, some people were killed during those Black Lives Matter riots. I don't think they said Black Lives Matter in this. I'm adding that, but I think that's what they're talking about, the riots. None of them went to jail. None of them were prosecuted. And they just claimed they were honoring their First Amendment rights. And you notice no one ever talked about COVID and how dangerous it was to be out there on the streets like that. No one ever said that. In any case, the bottom line is they want to know why then no one was prosecuted there. And Kamala Harris was actually raising bail money for them. And how Hunter Biden was charged with misdemeanors for something Wesley Snipes went to prison for. And they prosecuted Donald Trump in Manhattan for miscategorizing his deduction when he made that payment to the porn star. Listen, I'm not getting into it, but if people don't see different standards of justice or truth, by the way, if you go to social media, what the truth sayers or the fact checks do is they always seem to decide one way. Did you ever notice that? They never, ever leave anything up there that goes against the narrative, ever. Now, by the way, here's another text. A customer is defined as a person or organization that buys goods or services from a business. Yet a guy carrying a box cutter at King Soopers, where the 5 employees were fired trying to stop him from stealing, was called a customer. Although he didn't buy anything, he was simply stealing. How can you consider him a customer? And I guess they were talking about the store policy says you don't interfere with customers. This texter is saying, hey, they're not customers. They're criminals. I think people are getting fed up. The question is, does the pendulum swing? Do people get fed up enough to make changes, or do they just get fed up just for the hell of it? And then just bitch about it, but do nothing about it. 303-713-8255. I have some things to watch out for, scams recently discovered by some of our listeners, right after this.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Roads still recovering after last night's wet weather. Starting on the east end of town, heading to DIA I-225 northbound. Watch out for the right lane of the off-ramp to I-70 closed. due to standing water on the roads. Northwest of there through Commerce City, I-270 eastbound approaching Vasquez, a new accident. No word of lane blockage. Stop-and-go traffic back from I-25. About 10 minutes of delayed driving. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, sunny at the moment. We are expecting those clouds to roll back in with intense scattered thunderstorms, possible high winds, and hail. The current temperature in Denver is 73 degrees with your impact traffic and weather. Mark Swan.
Never mind. I'll talk to you after the spot.
You're the best.
Ever wondered how Pride Month became ubiquitous? To find the answer, Red Pilled America tells the story of how a seminal battle led to its mainstreaming. Get in on the independent media revolution and listen to the show everyone's talking about, Red Pilled America, available anywhere you get podcast.
You know, one of the things we talk about on the show, we've helped many people when they have addiction issues, from mental illness, depression, anxiety, or whatever, post-traumatic stress, or they're just substance sensitive and they become addicts. Addiction's not going to go away on its own. I love promoting this place. Since 2008, they've been serving Colorado, and I've known them the whole time. It's the Raleigh House. It started on Raleigh Street. That's why the name, the Raleigh House. They are local. Give them a call and ask any question you have when it comes to addiction. They have programs for everyone, including outpatient, and they work with insurance. TheRaleighHouse.com, 720-891-4657. Hey, if you are looking for an investment and you don't want to take a roller coaster ride in the stock market, let's say you want guarantees in writing, never to lose, not even to lose what you've gained. So in other words, it doesn't go up and down and up and down. It goes up and then maybe level and then up, but it'll never go down. You need to go to mymoneymyway.com. Find out about fixed indexed annuities. No, not all annuities are the same. I'm talking about mymoneymyway.com, 303-779-6600.
Thank you.
How much time do I have?
4 minutes.
All right, I need to talk to Kelly first. I was going to tell her something here.
And Doc wanted to bug you, too.
Okay, hold on. There was something. Damn it, what was I going to ask her about now? Shit. Okay.
You sure?
Yeah, I can't think. I know that when I look at the email, maybe I'll get it.
Hey, Tom.
Yes, sir.
I'm in the studio.
Thank you. Good.
Just
Perfect.
to let you know.
Okay, appreciate it. Do you have any follow-ups?
No, I'm working on a bunch, but nothing definitive at this point.
Hey, Tom, did you reset your camera?
Oh, that's what it was. Okay, thanks, man. Thanks.
Okay. Just let me know when it's done, and I'll go check.
I have no idea why that happens. I swear to God, I have no idea. Okay, let's do it now. I think it's Brendan. I'm not sure, but...
Most likely.
There we go. Okay, I got this one. Just oh, you're way far over. Can you get in the center just so I can show you again?
Right
Sure. Center, yes. Okay, right there.
According to the Guardian, a note that was found on one of 4 bodies ranged from a sunken Russian
Is that in the center?
No, I think I'm in the middle.
powerful explosions killed most of the crew.
2,000.
Well, there was also that incident in the 70s with the submersive one.
Well, yeah, the curse gets me because Putin refused help from nearby navies to recover the ship, and possibly assuming that everyone was dead, but still refusing any help. And then when they pulled the ship up, they found that like 30 guys survived the initial blast and died 4 days later.
Nice.
And all left notes to their family, and just was a horrific scene. And it's like,
All right. I reset the camera, turned it on. You can go for it.
turn on your love light.
Okay, and the cabinet woman, is she on?
No.
Well, I want to get her back on.
I've checked to make sure the transmitter is working.
Wait, what are you talking about?
I just want you to know that it's not like you're not on the air. You're on the air. It's happened before in yours and my relationship that we have been off the air and I have not told you. In keeping with Mark's idea of you're a mental patient and we're just trying to keep you happy.
Oh.
But
Hello.
But Tom, seriously, there have been times that I knew the transmitter was off and I didn't tell you. But this is not one of those times. Heck, even those times we were still getting calls. You've solved every problem. Did you know it's true that James Cameron was in a submersible they had landed on the deck of the Titanic on 9/11. He didn't find out about 9/11 until about 8 hours later when he surfaced. True story. Here we go.
Ahau, an iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Welcome to the show. Solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints, making your life just a little easier. My camera had to be reset, so just bear with us there if you're doing any of the feeds. And get your calls in if you have any questions, problem, or complaints. For some reason, we're getting a bunch of texts here. Here's something that really chafes my hide. I'm going to appoint, if Trump ever said, I'm going to appoint a white male to my next opening to the Supreme Court, he would be impeached. But Joe Biden said specifically, I'm going to appoint a black female to the next court. And everyone cheered. So, and it says, so really what that says is she is only going to get the job because she's female and black, because of her skin color and gender. Now that's the very definition, I think, of racist, this guy's saying. She should have been insulted if that happens. Why not just saying, I'm going to appoint the best person for the job? Now, one thing another texter said, and I swear to God, I must have these people are listening, they never call, but which is good. I mean, I don't mind. They're saying, another one says that the government, this administration does nothing but highlight the differences among us. Wow. There are a lot of pissed off people out there. And another text, which is kind of mean, saying, why should we feel sorry for billionaires who waste money like that to go on an expedition just to be able to brag about it? And then they get in trouble. Well, I'm not saying you should feel sorry for them, but certainly you shouldn't wish them dead, right? I mean,
or a human being, maybe?
I mean, I don't know. You know what? I just never had that thing where because someone is either rich or poor or Democrat or Republican, I wish harm on them. We were talking about people moving to Colorado in droves, and the number one state's Texas. It just so happens it's also the Insurance Institute and other agencies, Department of Transportation, put together statistics of car accident deaths per 100,000 people, and fatal car accidents, which are, of course, car accident deaths, but also injuries. And they put it together to come up with the states with the worst driving records, or the worst drivers based on deaths and injuries, okay? And traffic tickets. Texas is number one, and they're moving here. I don't think that I've noticed if I've had a bad license, a bad driver in front of me or behind me, alongside me, that they were from Texas. I don't know if I've actually noticed that. The next worst, California. The top 3, Texas, California, and Florida for the worst drivers. Now, Florida, I lived there. I can tell you that they're damn dangerous and scary. If you have anything to talk about, 303-713-TALK. Okay, and you can text us as well, 57739. That's 57739. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Stick around.
Thank you.
Kelly, just goose
Okay.
those people and tell them we'd be happy. We'll take them right when they're done.
We are going to lube them good.
What's that?
We're going to lube them up good.
Lube them up good, thanks.
So it's an issue with Applewood?
Do you want anything?
Okay,
I'm
that's
good.
all I need, sir. Hang on for me, and Tom will be right
got
with
water?
you, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks. Hold on, Norm. Wow. Good luck with that one. Did I hear my name?
That's what he said.
Stick around. Where would I go?
Real job.
Did he seriously need something, or? Is
No,
he
just to keep the guests, keep the phone people happy.
Yeah.
So they don't go in.
Yeah.
Offer them things.
No, they're good. Good morning. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show. How can I help you? I'm good. How are you? Okay, we don't have anybody that comes to our show location. We are a live radio show. You are not on the radio, but yeah, probably we're not the business that you're looking for. No problem. Thanks. Bye.
I would like to know who all was shouting down McCarthy.
Everyone. All of them.
All the lefties?
Yep. Every single one of them. They all suck.
Well, I'm just frightened by people who don't see what's going on with Schiff. I don't care who you are.
There are so many people who are blinded by the fact that Adam Schiff was so dishonest.
Listen, here's what I've always called it. Well, it used to be the Lyle Alzado gambit, conundrum. But then Bill Romanowski became our guy, where you go, oh, he is an awful human being, but I'm so glad he plays for us. And then he goes and plays with some other team, and you hate him. You love him when he's yours. You hate him when he's on the other team because you know who he is.
I would say that. Yeah.
I understand supporting him, but do you not realize what's going on?
Dude, the guy is running for Senate, and they're probably going to elect him.
And
that is outrageous. I mean, my state has completely gone batshit crazy.
Who is?
California.
Shift.
Adam Schiff, the whole deal. Oh my God. I mean, I'm moderately delusional, but no, I can't. Not House Democrat delusional.
I just cannot believe that probably he'll get elected to the Senate. And it's just like, God, these citizens of California are just
But he'll be what?
brainless.
Replacing Feinstein?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
That's actually not really a good thing.
Well, one for one.
Insane. I mean, I talked to my parents, and I'm just like, what? What? How do you not see this?
Oh, Dingleberry.
Is that the guys who started in South Park?
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
opened Casa Bonita. That's pretty cool. Packed.
Are they? So
Yeah.
it's open to the general public
it's
now?
like rolling reservations.
So they're going nuts, huh?
Yeah. They poured a ton of money into it.
Yeah, more than they said it would take had they built a new one.
Yeah.
How was it here last night in the van?
Oh, midnight was awesome.
It was nuts. That storm was just crazy. We didn't get any hail, but we got just like a torrential downpour of
Like a scene
craziness.
from Twister. We have cows. Weigh all of your options, including spousicide.
My husband loves that place.
So he should. Now I love your husband more. As if that was possible.
Good afternoon. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show. Okay, what's going on?
Hell, I don't know. Tom, you ready for this? We got a couple of calls and we're ready for you. Here we go.
You to say enough is enough already, and we're not taking this anymore.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. What's happening in your life and how can we help you? All you have to do is give us a call. We are here to help you. This hour brought to you by WaterPros.net, whole house water systems under $2,000 fully installed for better water, better plumbing, better laundry, better skin, better showers and baths. Whole house under $2,000. That's WaterPros or paulthewaterman.com, 303-862, 303-862-5554. Hey, let's talk. You have a comment on the Supreme Court. Go ahead. Where the president said he was going to appoint a black woman to the next opening. Make a quick comment on that, Vivian, and then we have an issue with online booking for travel and also an HVAC company. What's going on, Vivian?
Well, I just want to say when President Biden said he was going to appoint a black female to the Supreme Court, it was cheered because it was something new and had never been done in our history, and it's about time. To say that I'm going to appoint a white male to the Supreme Court is, duh, what's new?
Yeah. Do you think, though, that's specifically trying to find a black woman and maybe overlooking a white woman or an Asian woman or another man, do you think it reeks of something not right, or do you think it should be done proactively?
Well, as an 84-year-old black woman, I think that it should have been done a long time ago. It was black women that helped Biden get his presidency, and she had to be more qualified than anyone in order to get that appointment, and that's why.
Well, you know what, Vivian? Thank you, because I'm looking for a perspective from a black woman, and that didn't insult you at all. What about when they say mugshots are racist? What do you think about that?
I have no problem with mugshots. White, black, yellow, whatever.
Do you feel the criminal justice system is unfairly skewed against black people?
Oh, you see it every day. Sure. And I think it's changing. It's getting much better, but it has been skewed for years.
I think it is getting much better. I don't think it should go totally the other side either, right? I mean, I guess what I don't like is when people give a reason for not prosecuting shoplifters, not prosecuting car thefts, not prosecuting crime. I think when they say it's racist, they're insulting black people, in my opinion.
I have never heard that statement, and I think all of them should be arrested and prosecuted. I don't care what color you are. Crime is crime.
And by the way, you're right. It has been unfairly skewed over the years, and I do think things are getting much better. One other question, Vivian. Honest to God, I love a perspective from an older black woman. I want to know, do you feel like the country deserves credit? It's going in the right direction. Is that right?
Oh, very much so. I mean, like I said, I'm 84, so I've lived through it all, and I've seen some awful things done, and we're making a lot of progress. But I think that's why you're having so much anger, too, in the country from young white males, or just white males, period, because they are so used to having the whole pie.
Yeah.
And now that we're trying to share it with everyone, they're getting angry. But blacks and Native Americans and other minorities have been angry for a long time.
Do you feel any factions of the government or political parties try to highlight the differences among us?
I see that a lot with your ex-president. I think President Biden is trying to bring people together, but when he highlights doing something affirmative for minorities, then people feel that that's a separation policy. But he's just trying to correct some of the past mistakes that we've done.
Okay, thank you, Vivian. Appreciate it. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Norm? Hey, Norm. By the way, Norm, I bet you get that all the time. Anyway, and of course I'm speaking about Cheers. Norm, what's going on, man?
Well, Tom, here's my situation. I have a friend. She's 82 years old, and she had a breaker that was kicking off 15 amp for one of her electric circuits. She called Applewood Plumbing and Electric. They came out and they changed out the breaker. They were there about an hour. And
now wait a minute. How many breakers did they change out?
One.
Oh, who changed out one breaker? Got it. Okay. They had to do some testing. Then they changed out a breaker, and what happened?
Well, they didn't have to do any testing. The breaker just.
Oh, okay. The breaker would not reset, so they changed it out. Got it.
And that fixed it. And they charged her total $881 to do that.
Yeah.
The breaker is about $16 at Home Depot.
I understand that. I understand that. Listen.
And we tried to get them to send her a breakdown for what they charged, and their question was, "Well, is it fixed?" Yes. Well, we do outstanding work, and we feel that that is a good price. I mean, you know, I've been around construction all my life,
Yeah.
and I just cannot in any way see justified a charge like that. We called other people, and they were around $150.
Now,
to do the
Norm,
same thing.
Norm, there's no electrician
Yes.
that will come out to the house and do that for $150. Now, I grant it to you, man. I'm not sticking up for Applewood. I am saying they do excellent work, but I will say that is expensive. There's no doubt about it. It's expensive. However, here's what you have, Norm, and this is the way of the world. If you had someone come out and do it for $150, I love when people say, well, the breaker's only $16. That breaker, I just want to tell you something. When a professional company installs, and I'm not giving an excuse for $800, but I'm giving an excuse for they can't just charge you $16 or even a little more than that, because if that breaker burns down the house, you're not going to get a guy working out of his trunk to replace your home. If the house burned down as a result of work Applewood did, they would literally have insurance to rebuild your house. I am not telling you, by the way, that's why you should pay $800, but you're not going to pay $100. You're just not. There is a feeling in this country of what's fair and what's not, and that's okay. And yes, $800, if they came to me and they told me up front, and they do with every job, Tom, it's going to be $811 to replace that breaker, I would have said, no, thank you. I will get a second opinion. That's what I would have said. Why didn't she turn the job down? Or are you saying because she's older, she didn't know any better?
She didn't turn it down because they came out, fixed it, went out in their truck, figured it out, brought it in.
Yeah, but hold on. No. Norm, I am positive they gave her the price up front and had her approve it.
Well, I don't see why they would, because she, knowing her,
Norm,
she would have said,
Norm,
I'll get somebody
if
else.
they did not get her approval up front, I will get you a refund. Okay? I'm going to give it to Deputy Doc. If they did not get her approval and give her a price before they did the work, I will get you a refund. Okay? Because
Well,
she deserves it.
There's no signed document.
Okay, then you're going to get a refund. If they did not get her approval up front, you should get a refund, or she should. Now, here's something else. Even if they do get approval up front, that doesn't mean, because some people are desperate to get something fixed, that doesn't mean you should just pay it. If people have any question, I'm going to tell everyone right now, if you have a problem paying a price that you were quoted up front, don't approve the work. Now, is there a price that could have been more reasonable? Possibly. Is that a wrong price or out of the ordinary? Not really. I mean, Applewood just happens to be one of the more expensive places in town. That's just the way it is, okay? They are one of the more expensive places. We've had other complaints about Applewood pricing, but we've also had pricing complaints about almost every major company, both on and off the referral list. Pricing has been one of the most complicated subjects we have ever done on this show. I don't know what to do about it sometimes when they come and say, well, you need a breaker, and then the common thing people say is, or an outlet, for example, an outlet's going to cost this, because what they do is they price it according to overhead, and they don't just look at one job. They look at the cost of doing business, and they aggregate pricing to each and every job, which would make the bigger jobs less expensive and the smaller jobs more expensive, and the cost of doing business is spread out. However, I don't know what to do about it, but we will give Deputy Doc this case. And Doc, I would like you to call Applewood and give him the customer's name and find out why they did not get her approval up front before doing work. Because
I will do that right now.
That is absolutely one requirement that we have, absolutely, positively, a requirement that we have at referralist.com. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Brighten your home, and for a limited time, save up.
Quick to these three.
Gyrie's loyalty program. Stop by a store or go to GUIRYS.com to sign up today. Gyrie's, your neighborhood paint store since 1899.
Harris Family Law is someone I recommend to people, and I say, I hope you never need them, but if you are facing a divorce, if you are facing a custody battle, if you are facing separation, these are major, major posts in your life where you need someone on your side to give you perspective. For example, I think Rich Harris is with us, and Rich, I think one of the things people don't realize is there's way more to family law than the law. For example, it is a major fresh start for many, many people.
Yep, you bet, Tom, and thanks again for having me on. You know, we're always thinking about folks' mental outlook and their health, and for that reason, we are constantly recommending good therapists and good divorce coaches to help people get through the process. Last night on our webinar, by the way, those happen every Wednesday from 5 to 6 p.m. We've got all the content saved on our website if anybody wants to take a look at any of the prior ones. But last night we had a really neat presentation on a company that provides post-divorce care packages, if you will. I've never heard of a concept like this, and we like to, from time to time, bring new ideas to people that are going through divorce. FreshStarts.com, we have no interest in them, but we were just really impressed by them. They help people get on their feet. It's a really neat and new idea.
Okay, that is wonderful, and what I'd like to know is, when people need information about this kind of stuff, do you make referrals, or should they go on and look at the webinars, or what should they do?
Great question, Tom. So both. We have referral sources listed on our website.
Good.
Just go to resources at harrisfamilylaw.com. But when people ask us, and they do all the time, we refer them out to all sorts of professionals, therapists, coaches, accountants, what have you.
That's what I love about Harris Family Law. They look at the complete family, the complete person, not just the law. And, of course, they're experts at the law. 303-515-5000, harrisfamilylaw.com. Hey, if you want a price on the phone for your countertops, whether it be granite, natural stone, engineered stone, solid surface, theartofgranite.com. They'll give you prices on the phone. All you have to do is ask. You describe your countertop project, and they'll do it. They tear out hallway free. They do the bathroom free when you have the kitchen done. And they also will tear out and haul away everything free. By the way, if you don't need that bathroom done when you have the kitchen, they'll do a free kitchen sink. Get your price, 303-386-5919. 386-5919. Dan McKenzie is a lawyer that will do...
Don't need a fill. We're good on time. Thank you, brother.
Right.
I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, it did, but I wanted to. But okay, that's
Well,
did
we
I go
all
over?
want to.
Did I go over?
Do we? Yes, sir.
Oh, never mind. Good. Okay, got it.
Your oxygen supply had run out.
Okay, got it.
Smart ass.
I went over anyway, so that's good.
You're the best.
Yeah, sure.
True.
Okay, got it.
Okay, and then her number is 720.
Oh, shit.
4666. And Applewood's number is 720-780-91.
Good morning, Troubleshooter Show. Did you want to talk to Tom and the gang?
Name on the paperwork and no signature.
That's what she said. Okay.
So yeah, I should ask Doc that sometime. Does he know about old-timey gynecologist treating hysteria?
All right, Norm is better. Hi, Norm. Good morning. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. Hi. I'm not sure if we have anybody that works in Fort Morgan, but the one that we give everybody is called Paragon Services.
Hey, Tom?
Yeah.
So when I call up Apple, what do I tell them?
Okay. Tell them we got a call
Right. I know that part.
about
But what
the $800, okay?
Right.
And he claimed she was never given a price up front for her to approve. She had no idea it was going to be that much. Can they show us if she had approved it up front or not?
No, I know.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Let's talk. What's on your mind? We have, by the way, Made in the Shade with us. Made in the Shade window coverings. If you have any questions for them, or you can text us 57739. Randy, you have an issue with an online booking site. Are we talking about travel, Randy?
That's correct, Tom.
What happened, man? What
Tom,
happened?
Last night, my wife and I, we went to book a hotel in Cripple Creek last night, and we did a quick Google search, and it came up with what we thought was the hotel in Cripple Creek, and we went ahead and booked it, and we thought everything was pretty good until I get this text from this number saying that my hotel confirmation it was in Missouri.
Uh-oh.
And I never did see anything about, and I could have missed it. I'm not saying, I'm just seeking some guidance on this, Tom. But anyway, it was a company called bookonline.com, and I have never dealt with that company before.
Yeah, but what did they do wrong? If, in fact, like, for example, there are more Cripple Creeks than just Colorado, and there are more, for example, central cities than just Colorado. So what happens, though, if you did not read it carefully, or even if it was a different one? Like, here's what, and I'm not trying to give you a hard time, but I'm asking you because we're going to have to fight for you. Tell me what they did wrong.
Well, Tom, let me say this. I have an IT background. I believe this company, they pay to get high top ratings in Google, and they were the first ones to come up, and I was thinking this was...
But let me ask you something. When you say they're the first ones that came up, did you Google Cripple Creek? Because I want to go through what you just did and look at it.
I Googled the name of the hotel, Wildwood Hotel.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to do it. Wildwood Hotel. And you did that. Yeah. You did that. Did you put Wildwood Hotel Cripple Creek or what?
I believe I didn't put Cripple Creek. I just put Wildwood. This was done this was part of the problem. I did it on a haste. And
so wait a minute. Are you saying you were brought to to bookonline.com after you Googled, you first went on, the very first thing you did was Google Cripple Creek, or you Googled the hotel? You already knew the hotel you wanted to stay at?
Yes, we did.
Okay, why didn't you just call the hotel?
We should have, Tom.
So you don't know what you Googled exactly, because when I when I Google Wildwood Hotel, okay, I see the Wildwood Hotel, the very first thing that comes up. Like you said, they paid for this great SEO. It's actually the second thing. It comes up, the Wildwood Hotel, MO, the Wildwood Hotel, and it's booking online. It's so clear. The third one says the Wildwood Hotel, Wildwood MO, hotel rooms. The fourth one, they all say MO. So when I click on it, I'm looking to see what happens. It says here, select your dates. So I select the dates and I search, and it says we're checking availability, and it takes me to the rooms, and it says right here on the top, the Wildwood 2801 Fountain Place, Wildwood, Missouri. Listen, I love helping people, but I don't see what this site did wrong. I mean, now, if you're not going to use it, when did you book it? For when?
We booked it for the last week in June. Basically, it was booked for. And
when did you discover you made a mistake? The next day?
No, discovered it right away when I got the text, and I went to try to cancel, and I did go ahead and cancel, but they won't give a refund. We called the company.
Wait a minute. How much did they charge you?
Well, that's the other thing. They originally, however I searched on it and got there, Tom, it was like they said the room was $174. And then when I got the whole bill, they had added on this tax recovery fee, which was $123 per night. And I don't know what that tax.
Okay, but okay.
I don't know what that fee is. After doing some research online, after this happened, I found a Better Business Bureau site has a whole ton of complaints on them.
On who? On who? On Wildwood?
On bookonline.com.
But sir, listen. I just want you to know that. Okay. Listen. What are the complaints about? Because I can find complaints about every single travel site there is. So tell me, help me here. Tell me what the complaints are about and why that would uphold your argument.
Complaints about a lot of people feel like it's a scam.
There's no scam here. Okay? Tell me what the scam is, man. You went on and booked a hotel in Missouri. What is the scam? There is not a site on the internet that doesn't add room fees, resort fees, taxes, whatever. I'm trying to find something to help you, not to argue with you. Help me help you, literally.
I understand.
What is the scam? If I'm going to call them up and I'm going to say, you're a scam, they're going to say, why? Okay, it's a fair question. Why is Book Online a scam? Help me.
I'm just looking at the things here. Like one person writes, I hate to admit I was totally scammed by this company too. Same exact story as everybody else.
What's the same exact story? Help me out. What is it? I'm looking. Where do you find those reviews? Because I'm looking for them. I'm looking for them. Where do I find the reviews?
Here,
I got it. Book Online reviews. Book Online reviews. Okay, here's what they have. Book Online has 4.5 star rating, 4.6 rating, with 1,600 reviews. Now let me look at the Better Business Bureau one, because that's where you're looking. Yeah. They have an F rating.
Exactly.
Okay, I conducted a search for Quality Inn. The search brought up a bunch of sites, and I revisited online, blah, 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 and when I arrived at the Quality Inn, the credit card and reservation did not match. Okay, that has nothing to do. Let's see. Thank you for reaching out. They even responded. Please provide, okay. And then this complaint, everyone that I'm looking at, okay, is about them either picking the wrong place or getting a mix-up or they didn't like the room. I'm trying to figure out how because you might think, okay, these guys have bad reviews. And by the way, the Better Business Bureau is the most unreliable place you can go to find ratings. I'd rather go to Google reviews. And Google reviews doesn't have all of these bad reviews. Now, I want to help you, so the Book Online people you say are a scam, okay? But they didn't scam you. What did they do to you?
Tom, what they did was once I found out that it was I booked the wrong thing.
Got it.
We canceled the reservation.
Got it.
We contacted them and we asked for a refund.
Okay.
And we explained what had happened.
Right.
And they basically said that we're not going to give you a refund, but we can give you a credit. And
hold
the
on,
other
hold
thing
on.
is-
How much was spent totally that you didn't get back?
It was $595.
Okay, so if $595, they will give you a credit, meaning you can use it somewhere else?
That's right. But just reading some of the review, I'm just going by...
Wait.
some
What
people
would
are
be
saying.
wrong with using it somewhere else? Like, will they use it in Colorado?
I haven't checked, Tom. I just want the money back is what I was trying to do.
Because, listen, the truth is, man, I'm sorry, Randy, honest to God, the truth is you made a mistake, you're pissed off, and they offered you a credit. You went on and saw the bad reviews you wanted to see. You think you got scammed. And Randy, you're talking to someone that only heard one side of the story, and I swear to God, it does not sound like you were ripped off. It sounds like you made a mistake. And I would be pissed off, too, if I made a mistake. Would I want my money back? Absolutely. Would I feel the same as you? Probably I would. However, they're offering you a credit. And what are you saying? Because you're pissed off at them, because you made a mistake, you don't want the credit?
Well, Tom, I just feel that
No, I want to hear your argument. I'm trying to find something. Go ahead.
Well, the argument is just reading the reviews. Some of the people that were in the same boat as I was, they went ahead and used their credit, and they were charged several $100s more in some instances from what I've read on these reviews.
So you're saying the credit won't be real? You're saying the credit won't be real?
Well, that's what I'm afraid.
Now, have you talked to anyone at Book Online? Have you actually talked to anyone?
Yes, we did.
Do you have hold on. No, that's good. Do you have a phone number?
I do, Tom.
Okay, hold on. Let's have somebody take a stab at this. Okay? Hold on. Randy, just for the record, and I'm not going to tell them this, I don't think you're being fair to them, even though they might have a lot of complaints. You're going to find complaints about Expedia. Have you ever looked up Expedia? Have you ever looked these up? Online bookings. Let me tell you who complains about online bookings. People who make mistakes usually complain about online bookings. I am not sticking up for them. I will give this to Deputy Smarty Pants. Let's give it to him and see if he will call the person you talk to see how that credit can be used in Colorado. And I don't know what complaint you have, some hazy complaint about if you use the credit, they're going to charge you more. Let's find out. Kachina, give it to somebody who can work on this for him. Again, man, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe I sound like a jerk because I don't see the problem that he sees. And if so, just let me know. Let me know. What are some of my people? Here's the thing. I found out the hard way using third-party reservations. This is some of my instant feedback from my YouTube morons. Never, ever, ever use third parties. Not very good in IT if you don't have an attention to detail. Another one, anyone can write good or bad reviews. Another one, he needs to just admit he made a mistake and move on. So now listen, I am reading you raw, unfiltered feedback from my YouTube morons, and they usually have pretty good observations. We have more coming up.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Denver roads and freeways still recovering from last night's stormy weather. I-25 northbound, we're seeing speeds in the 30s and 40s between Broadway and Colfax. Heading over to the east end of town, 225 northbound, watch out, right lane closure on the off-ramp to I-70 due to standing water on the roads. We're seeing stop and go back from 17th place. About 10 minutes of delayed driving for folks heading to the DIA area. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, sunny at the moment. We are expecting some clouds to roll in with intense scattered thunderstorms throughout the metro. Heavy rain, wind, and the potential for hail. Overnight low of 56. The current temperature in Denver is 75 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Have you ever wondered how Pride Month became ubiquitous? To find the answer, Red Pilled America tells the story of how a seminal battle led to its mainstreaming. Get in on the independent media revolution and listen to the show everyone's talking about, Red Pilled America, available anywhere you get podcasts.
American Restoration 24/7 will fix your house if you have a fire, a flood, a broken pipe, asbestos, black mold, a sewer backup. Let's call it a property yuck or catastrophe. Here's one thing I've learned, and people who call my show have learned: don't ever let your insurance company pick the company or recommend a company unless they recommend American Restoration. I'll tell you why. Insurance companies are looking for fast, quick, and dirty. What you want is someone who will do the job get it done right. They have the EPA certifications, knowledge, know-how, and professional associations to do it right. So remember this name if ever anything like this happens: American Restoration 24/7. That's AmRest. 247.com, 8337 AmRest. Call Rock and his team to do the job right and preserve your property and help you rebuild it if you want. 8337 AmRest. Hey, speaking of property, if you're looking to buy or sell, Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. One of my longest sponsors here. Well, for 30 years he's been in business, and I'll tell you why. Because he treats people like gold. If you're looking for knowledge of the market, whether you're buying or selling, and you just want to shoot the breeze and get a valuation of what you're buying or what you're going to sell or both, he'll do it free of charge, no obligation at all. 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
Thank you.
Hey, Tom.
Yes, sir.
Tom.
When I call up Applewood, are they legally obligated to refund, or is it just out of goodwill?
Well, hold on. Did you call them?
No. Before I call them, I wanted to ask you, can I tell them they are obligated?
Listen carefully, bro. Listen carefully.
Okay.
I don't want to talk legal at all. Here's the situation. They have guaranteed to me in the past, and all of their marketing says that they will assess the situation and give you a price up front before work begins. Every one of our HVAC and service companies promise that. So to me, if you don't get approval up front in writing like they promise, then that's fucked up.
Right.
It's nothing legal about it.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Legally, it's a concept, if you want to know, called quantum Marriott or Merit. Quantum Merit, which means if you got the benefit, you pay the bill. But it's not a legal situation, it's an ethical one.
Right, okay. I just wanted to double check before I open my mouth. I'm going to call them right now.
All right.
Is he done with lives yet?
Uh-huh.
Good morning. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show. How can I help you? Well, that's what we do. What? Okay, what's your name? Robin. That's okay. I just need your first name. Okay, and you have an issue with Amazon. Okay, hang on for me, and Tom will be with you as soon as possible. We're just about to...
Good afternoon, Melvin. This is
Okay.
Doc with the Tom Martino Show. I'm calling to try and set up a three-way call with you and Applewood. I will try, if you would, do not call me.
Hey, Tom?
Text me at 303-877-5213. 303-877-5213. When you're
Yeah?
I will call you back.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
You gonna be here tomorrow, Tommy?
Are you calling me?
Tom, will you be in the studio here tomorrow?
No.
Thank God. I mean, Kelly, no, he won't be.
Oh, darn it. Okay.
Kelly's happy.
No, I'm not.
Overjoyed. We do awful things in your office when you're not here.
Oh, stop it.
No, really. We affectionately call it the fartorium.
You are such a brat. Stop it.
We go in there if our bowels are particularly... Oh, here we go.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW. Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. By the way, 888heating.com. If you're looking for air conditioning soon, they're electrifying houses with heat pumps, high-efficiency heat pumps, too, and big ones that'll take the place of a furnace altogether or supplement a furnace. 100% efficiency, the lowest price for the same products. You ought to check them out. 888heating.com, 303-770-2776. All right, now, let's continue on our quest to solve problems. Robin, now listen, we are calling both Applewood on that one price thing because that was high, and then we're going to have Deputy Smarty Pants call this reservation place, but according to the text and the feedback I'm getting, they say this guy's just pissed off, he made a mistake, and now he wants them to pay for it. Robin, what's going on with you, Robin?
Well, I'm going to try and make a very long story short. I purchased a drawer microwave oven in March on the 26th from Amazon, ordered it. The 27th in the morning, less than 8 hours later, I called and canceled because it was actually the wrong size.
Sure.
Had it sent to my husband's business because somebody would be there all the time, and I called and canceled. Amazon said, no problem. It's less than 24 hours after you purchased this,
Sure.
Ordered it.
Yeah.
No big deal.
Well, actually,
And
with
I said,
Amazon, it
cool,
wouldn't have mattered
no
if you took delivery. You can still send it back.
Well, you're right, except for, and I've been a Prime member forever. So then on the 30th, I order the correct microwave from our builder. Said, order this one. My husband receives the microwave that I canceled, and someone that is in the office, not even a person that works there, a customer had come in, and they signed for it, and then I get sent to a, not a collection agency, but a...
Wait, when they signed for it, where did it go?
They signed, it went right in my husband's office. It's sitting there in a box. It was sitting there in a box.
Okay, but when did you find out they accepted it?
That afternoon.
Okay, and did you call Amazon immediately?
Yes, I did.
Well, hold on. Let me
And
just
they
ask
said-
something. There's something that we need to get straight. When you called to cancel, did Amazon indicate it would not be shipped, or that it was on its way?
That it would not be shipped. It was shipped later than 24 hours after I canceled it.
Okay, so it was shipped way after you canceled it.
Yes, sir. Then I order the correct one.
I got that part. I got that part. So Amazon
Well,
actually erred in shipping it.
Correct.
Okay.
They wanted me to pay the restocking fee. It took me months, till today. I haven't been able to get through to anybody because now they've closed my account.
Wait, who wanted you to pay? Was it Amazon directly as a fulfillment or the vendor?
I guess it's the vendor.
Well, that's wholly different. That's totally different. So the vendor, you were not doing a Prime purchase with Amazon fulfillment. You would have never had this problem.
I was doing a Prime. I ordered it as Prime member.
I understand that. That's not what I'm asking. It was not Amazon fulfilled.
No.
Okay.
So it took me a couple of weeks or so
Sure.
to get a prepaid label after being on the phone for hours and hours. They wanted me to go ahead and pay the shipping. And this microwave in the box weighed about 150 pounds. It's an in-drawer cabinet microwave, not the kind that you open at the shop.
No, I get it. I get it. So how did all this end up?
It ended up where they still have my money. They have closed my account, and I can't seem to get it open. I keep trying to tell them to reopen my account. They keep telling me they cannot open the account until the agency that handles their non-pay gets $360-something for my restocking fee.
How much was the microwave? How much was the microwave?
$1,500.
So Amazon did not.
Then,
Amazon.
Let me talk. Let me finish. I get the real microwave, the one that I'm supposed to have, and it's damaged. I send it back, and they have that money also.
Wait a minute. You ordered another one through Amazon?
Well, I thought the other one had been canceled. So, yes, I went ahead and ordered the right one.
Okay.
They overlapped each other is what happened.
No, I get it. So now you have two. What did you do with the damaged one?
They finally, after weeks, came and picked it up. It had to be back to Amazon by...
Was it an Amazon fulfillment? Was that one an Amazon fulfillment?
I'm not sure.
God,
I did get a prepaid label finally for both of them.
So you have not been credited on either of them?
No, sir. And they're telling me I have to pay the $362 for restocking fee from the other vendor.
Okay, hold on. But what about the one that was damaged? What are they doing with that one?
I sent it back. I haven't gotten a refund for that either.
But the refunds are usually instant.
They told me I couldn't get a refund because they couldn't do anything while my account is locked.
Oh, okay. So you can pay the $360 and get that other refunded, right?
Yes, but in the long run, I shouldn't have to pay the $360.
I understand that, but right now, you have a few problems here, and that is, first and foremost, it wasn't Amazon who went ahead and shipped it anyway. It was the vendor. But this is the problem, man. When Amazon is great, except when you deal with a vendor, because they can do what they want. What are the ratings of this? And are both of these microwaves from the same vendor? Hold on, I got to take this break, man. This is going to be complicated, Robin. Just hold on. This is so bad.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Ben Ferguson Podcast.
Denver roads and freeways still recovering from last night's stormy weather. I-25 northbound, we're seeing speeds in the 30s and 40s between Broadway and Colfax. Heading over to the east end of town, 225 northbound, watch out, right lane closure on the off-ramp to I-70 due to standing water on the roads. We're seeing stop and go back from 17th place. About 10 minutes of delayed driving for folks heading to the DIA area. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, sunny at the moment. We are expecting some clouds to roll in with intense scattered thunderstorms throughout the metro. Heavy rain, wind, and the potential for hail. Overnight low of 56. The current temperature in Denver is 75 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hunter Biden pleads guilty, and it's a deal that every American should be angry about. It protects Joe Biden and the Biden crime family. I give you all the details on the Ben Ferguson Podcast, so download it right now wherever you get your podcasts.
Garage Kings for the best garage floors ever. If you want garage floor coatings or sidewalks, pool decks, patios, concrete porches, they guarantee the lowest price. They guarantee the finish for life. And you don't have any money to pay until it's 100% done. You don't ask for more than that, do you? GarageKings.com, 720-252-0370. 720-252-0370. If you're ever in trouble with a DUI, a criminal charge of some kind, first and foremost, that's something that can be prevented with a designated driver, Uber, Lyft, or taxis. I don't want to get into that right now. What I want to say is this. Even when people want to plead guilty, even when people want to change, even when people want to go through the system, you can't do it alone. Absolutely, positively cannot do it alone. You need an attorney because there's a lot of moving parts. And also, the attorney
knows what to do. Joe Lazzara is that guy. Don't ever shop under pressure. Call Lazzara Legal, Lazzara. Joe Lazzara. He's been with me for 30 years. You can trust him. 303-429-6200. Free consultations and flat rate pricing. 303-429-6200.
Fabulous.
So,
Kelly and I are at each other's throats in here. We may end up acting out the last 30 minutes of the life of those people on that sub.
We are not acting up. Would you stop it?
If killing you gives me another half hour of air, I'm going to do it.
Okay. I'll just sit here and shut up.
But what you don't realize is that putting out the effort to kill you probably sucks up that half hour. You know that? It ain't easy.
I guess.
You ever seen the movie Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer? They really play out how hard it is to be a mass murderer. Really have to have upper body strength.
I don't think. Go with a short.
This is just awful, what I'm thinking of. You know that?
Tell me what.
Most of the time, killing somebody takes so much energy that it's actually, you know, you're losing resources. Well, you know, like some predator looks at prey and goes, nah, not worth it. I'll be hungry. I'll be more hungry when I'm done eating it. So Dahmer had that going. At least victims represented caloric intake.
Ew.
What? So you don't look at it as just being a tiring, dead end duty.
Only you, Shannon.
Only me. Isn't that from So I Married an Axe Murderer, that she knows how to sing Only You in like 17 languages? Only you can make this world seem right. Only you. To the pea farm. Oh, here we go.
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Val has a comment on Applewood. Now, a guy called and said an 82-year-old woman had something that kept tripping a breaker, and they changed it out for $800. And, you know, my honest-to-God impression was when I first heard that, well, that's not that bad, because I was considering the industry. Now, the industry is such that you're not going to get something priced for what you think it should be priced. It's not going to happen. For example, people can buy a furnace, you can buy a furnace for a certain amount of dollars and try to get a handyman to install it, and you might be able to save money, but if there's any complications, any problems, it's going to be a problem. Val, I just wanted to say that pricing is tricky. Val, what was your comment on Applewood?
I had them January of 2018 for a plugged toilet. They used the hand auger, wouldn't work. They brought in their electric rotor. They got it done because plumb line fixed at 24/7 were booked, and it was over $600.
Now, see, Val, if you'd like to hang on, I'd love to take your comments. Hold on. That doesn't shock me, because that's the
Top of the hour.
Bottom of my ass.
See, everyone says, well, so-and-so would have done it for it, you know? I remember during a storm one time, the guy says, why are you selling eggs for this price? He says, because we're running out. And this is one guy down the street. They were half the price. He says, well, why don't you buy them? He says, well, they don't have it. So, I remember a discussion with two electricians, true story. And one guy was saying for an outlet he charges $400. And my guy said, my friend, was like, I can buy those for $2.
Please leave your message for 303-437-6219.
Hey Norm, this is Doc at the Tom Martino Show. I left a message for Melba to call me since she wasn't answering her phone. And if you would do the same, just please send me a text at 303-877-5213. 303-877-5213. Just text me when you're available, and I'll call you back to discuss this. Thank you.
We found debris dragging.
Oh, that's not good.
You gotta hope it explodes.
Oh, AJ was saying they found the actual structure of it.
Okay.
Not just a debris field. They actually found parts of the unit. Yeah.
Parts of the unit, so debris or no?
Well, that would be both, wouldn't it?
No, debris field would be part as opposed to intact metal.
No, not intact for sure.
Okay.
So yeah. I believe him enough to. Ross believes him enough to speak about it on air. So that must mean something, right?
Oh yeah. Where we rank AJ's news source.
Right. No, I agree with you there, but Ross was confident enough to bring it up on air. So okay.
Good morning, Tom Martino Show. How can I help you?
Right.
You have to put anything
Yes.
in or dig anything out?
I'm actually good right now. Thank you for thinking.
Okay.
Concerned about your I/O?
Yeah.
Reductions in smoking have come largely due to shame.
Okay, what's your name? Lloyd, Lloyd. Okay, I'll just say that your name's Michael. Comments on Applewood. Okay, hang on for me, and he will be with you as soon as possible, okay? Hang on.
Oh yeah.
No Rockies today, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, that is an accurate statement.
Is that why we have received an extra email from Jesse?
The extra email from Jesse was the spot that's supposed to air tomorrow.
Correct.
Yeah.
So that is all you?
Yeah, it's already taken care of.
Thank you. Just, I don't know. It's not like I'm going to turn a new leaf, but I'm so tired of letting people down.
Yeah. I got you. You're outside in spring. Good job.
Hey, Tom. He's there.
Should be able to get you. Is he listening?
He might not have his headphones on. He doesn't. Of course. Oh, so the worst fear is the whole thing imploded and just flew up underwater and there's debris all over.
Yeah.
At this point, you just got to kind of see the irony and just let it go.
There he is.
Thank you. Hey, did you hear? They found a debris field.
Yeah. It likely imploded.
Yeah. Crazy.
I figured something went wrong with the air pressure at that depth, and if it imploded, they pretty much died.
Well, that's kind of what happens when you put stuff like Nintendo controllers and Best Buy and Home Depot parts on a submersive.
There was a guy that went out with Jesse Waters a couple nights ago, and he is involved in this project, and he seemed real reticent about it even happening, that it just was gone. They went too fast, they weren't sure, and all the safety protocols.
They signed waivers that basically said death 3 times.
15 seconds here, guys.
GOP is going to feature in 24 their opposition to gender-altering medical treatment for kids. Do you think that's going to be a winner with the voters? Join Ryan at 4.
Yeah. Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here, and we are solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints, and making your life a little easier. All you have to do is give us a call. We've been talking about a lot of different things here, by the way, and I just want to tell you, before I move on, Dan McKenzie can do estate law for you, wills, trusts, keeping you out of probate, small estate affidavits, whatever you need. Dan McKenzie does estate law. He's live and he's local. He's our expert. The 833-CO plans. Don't ever go unplanned for anything. A simple will doesn't cost that much, or he has very creative ways to protect assets. That's 833-CO plans. You'll love his laid-back style and his expertise on estate planning. 833-CO plans. Okay, now.
Hey, Tom.
Yes.
That lady with the Amazon problem, can she just What if she pays that $360 with a credit card and then disputes the charge? Would that be a way to get around it?
Yep, it would be. Another way, it's a vendor problem, not an Amazon problem, is to activate her account, pay the money, listen to this, and then sue the guy in sue the vendor in small claims court. That's another option. I think that there was a mistake. The vendor should not have shipped it after she canceled. And Amazon really should step in and help her, because Amazon should see the sequence of events and tell the vendor, listen, you should have never shipped it. I think there's got to be help there, and Amazon is pretty reasonable. I see that she hung up. I was going to give it to somebody to call Amazon and reason with them. Amazon is not untouchable. They're really good people to deal with. By the way, Val had a comment on Applewood. He said, and this all came up. I don't want to single out Applewood. I really don't. Although they're on the expensive side. They're good people. They're honest. But listen, they charge for what they do. They do. And some charge less than that. A few charge around the same. I don't know anybody more expensive. So, this one guy called and said an 82-year-old woman had a breaker changed. It was $811. Well, that did not shock me the way you think it should. Now, yes, breakers cost a few bucks, and you come and you do it in less than an hour. What should it cost? Well, if you have a van, you have insurance, you have background checks, you have everything you want. You don't think about that unless something goes wrong. But if the house burned down, you wouldn't want to have paid $89. You wouldn't have wanted that, because you're not going to get what you have as far as safety. But at the same time, that doesn't mean you should have to pay out the nose. We've had this discussion a million times. And there's no right answer. I don't know at what point something becomes price gouging. If someone does good, honest work, but here's the most important part. Did they approve it up front? And some people say, Tom, even if we approve it up front, we might be approving it without knowledge. Without knowledge. In other words, we don't know what the market's doing. So Val, he called to complain about, he said years ago he had them. And what were you saying about it? Go ahead. Are you there, Val? Go ahead.
I did authorize. Yeah, you're right. Because of a plug toilet, they couldn't do it with just a hand. Anyway, so they had to use their electric one, no problem. And I did authorize. Yeah, just get the job done. I needed it now. But
and they gave you the price up front of how much?
Yes. Yeah, I got to say it was about $640.
Okay. So do you feel that was outrageous?
Yes. And after that, I went to their office at Sheridan and 29th. It's more or less just a warehouse. No one even there you could get a hold of. I called it back several times, and it had to get bounced through several other people, and I'm telling them that because this is just outrageous compared to what even today, what Plumline will do it for or fix it 24/7, which I would have got to in the first place, but they were all booked. And they finally agreed to drop either $150 or $200, but you really had to pressure them and had to bring your name into it.
Yeah.
But I still think that's out just for a toilet.
Listen, I know what you're saying, man. I really do. I understand how this can be, especially when you start comparing. And a lot of people, here's the problem. They call someone to the house, and they want to get it done. Like Fix It 24/7. They do the $39 tech, okay? So they'll send someone out, and then they say, okay, sir, it's going to cost this much to fix it. At that point, you have a choice. Pay the $39. Now you know what's wrong, and shop, because they just gave you a price on what it will cost to fix it. Or you just say, go ahead and do it. Then after you say, go ahead and do it, then you start shopping afterwards and say, did I pay too much? It's called buyer's remorse. And sometimes you'll find it cheaper, and sometimes you'll find it more. The question is, was it reasonable? And that is the age-old question. And Michael, you have a comment on that too. Go ahead, Michael. What is your comment?
Yeah, I'm an ex-technician there, and all the technicians there get paid on commission only. So they are going to upsell everybody as much as they can because that's what they're getting paid.
But, Michael, let me ask you something, because this is only fair. Don't they have a book price for that, for changing out a breaker? In other words, a technician who wants to make more money that day, you're giving the impression they can up the price, and that's not true. Don't they have a book price?
They have a book price set between certain amounts. So what you do is they have classes when you do upsells each week to show you how you can upsell each item. So it's like you said, they have to okay it first up front, and if you get the okay, you do it. But then that goes upon the homeowner. So I mean, seniors is really bad because you feel like you could take advantage of them because they don't know much and they don't know the market. So it's a he or she said thing, but it gets pretty bad when Applewood charges the most out of any company.
They do. They do. One of the highest. But we have never gotten a complaint about them other than price. I mean, and we don't get a lot of price complaints because I think if you call and complain, they might adjust it.
Yeah, that's exactly what they do. I mean, the employee will get his commission still for it, but even if the company will lower the price if you do call and complain about it.
And here's the deal. You know what? People should be educated somewhat on what things should cost before they even call people, so they do know what the going price is. But again, pricing has been, God, when I started my referral list years ago, Michael, it was the biggest thing. Like, I remember Lee Larson, a very wise man. He's the general manager at before iHeart, it was Jaycor and all that. He said to me, what are you going to do about pricing? He says, I don't think it's fair, he said, that you can't put a limit on pricing. I said, no, you can. But at the same time, here's what I said. If it's honest, if it's done correctly, people can price what they want. But then does it become unconscionable? One time, we had a place install a toilet for $12,000, and we kicked them off. And that was years ago, because I thought, in anyone's book, that would be considered unconscionable. Wouldn't you say, Michael? I mean, my God.
Yeah,
but Michael, didn't you always get a signed estimate before you did the job?
Yeah, you have to give them an estimate, but an estimate is an estimate.
No, but don't they have to approve the price before you start?
Yes, you have to have them sign it.
Right.
So
well, that's what we're trying to find out. If
yes, they have to. Right. The homeowner needs to know exactly what they're getting into and what the market is.
Right, and that's what we're trying to find out.
That's right. And you know what? I've always threatened to put a price range on referrallist.com for certain jobs, no matter what they are, including cars. Now, we have Brendan with us. He's a good guy, Made in the Shade window coverings. Okay, what about pricing? How do you look at pricing? You're a smart guy. You've been in business, many businesses. How do you look at pricing? And how do you decide?
The same way you're describing, the customer needs to get value for their dollar. And service, absolutely.
But you have to stay in business.
Absolutely. There's
and
a lot
when
of
people
overhead.
call and say, oh, you cracked my window on the inside, right? Or whatever.
Right.
I don't know if that happens. But and you're looking at replacing an entire sash or something. I mean, that can happen.
Yeah, we had to put a dimple in someone's LV flooring on accident. We had pads down and everything, and did it, and we went ahead and replaced the floorboards at our cost.
Exactly. And somebody working out of a station wagon, or do they even make those or SUVs? Boy, did I date myself. But someone working out of the back of a car, they may not have the wherewithal to do that. Now, that doesn't give you license to charge anything you want, but there's got to be some reasoning. Okay, hang on. And we'll get to all of your calls, 303-713-TALK. We have more coming up. And I just want to say this. If you have pricing is something we should talk about, for goodness sakes. And by the way, that's why 888heating.com, by the way, they say they guarantee the lowest price for the same equipment. They have to say that because people say, well, wait a minute, so-and-so will do it for this. And they say, yeah, but here's what you're getting, because you have to compare price with value, and 888heating.com for air conditioning right now is happy to do that. 303-770-2776.
Don't let earache from swimmer's ear, clogged ears, or allergies ruin your day. Get fast, effective relief from the pain and itching with Hyland's Earache Drops, the #1 best-selling earache treatment for over 10 years. See why it's received thousands of 5-star reviews and was awarded
All right, Tom, you're coming up next.
All right,
Just
bro.
over 10 seconds.
All right.
US News and World Report. Find Hyland's Earache Drops in the eye and ear aisle at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Claims based on traditional homeopathic practice, not accepted medical evidence, not FDA evaluated.
You know, we were just talking about price. Isn't that funny? Because Euro Plumbing, Colorado, they say we're going to do things cheaper than anyone and better. For example, water heaters, they do for $1,299, fully installed, the old one taken out and hauled away. New supply lines for gas and water. And then they say for garbage disposals, guess what? For garbage disposals, you're going to save 90% over the competition. And for some pumps, they want you to check them out and put them to the test. EuroplumbingColorado.net. That's EuroplumbingColorado.net. 303-668-6844. 303-668-6844. Now let's talk about reverse loans. Some people have equity in their home, a lot of equity, and they just want a reverse line of credit, meaning it sits there. You don't pay for it because you're not using it, but it's there for an emergency. They can never take it away. So when you're in your 80s maybe or older, or even younger, you can use it. No one can take it away from you. That's why they get it, for that comfort. If you need the comfort of a reverse line of credit, or you just want to get rid of your mortgage payment, why don't you call Empower Reverse Mortgage, our friends, to get all your answers. 720-500-7719. Just ask your questions, no obligation. EmpowerReverse.com. 720-500-7719. I'm stepping away for 1 minute.
Okay.
Are you suffering from seasonal allergies? Because you're not alone. Experts say pollen season started earlier this year and will last longer. And the folks who've never had issues before are feeling miserable. I'm Martin Hope from Gunner's Navage, the world's only nose cleaner with power substance. Over 3 million people use Navage to fulfill immunized
I have to tell myself to diversify because I'm looking at a fixed index annuity for myself, you know, for
But what about other people's experiences? Like Miss Honey.
certain guarantees.
I chose Navage because of my persistent allergies. Navage works. While using it, I cut back on allergy meds and occasional shots at my doctor's office. That's one of those 120,000 reviews with a 4.6 star average written by people who
Every fiber in my feed is saying, don't ever depend on one slow heat. So I'm peeling off.
Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid,
I'm peeling off money.
and reviews,
It's like, it's hard to do, and I've been waiting for like some verbal in the process, like no matter what the market is, this strategy seems to work. So I asked Nathan the other day because we're tracking the Python. He says he came up with some really weird uncorrelated pairs, James. He says they didn't even seem like they were in the same sector. Sure as shit, it was like, and so what I want to do, I mean, we will never package this or anything where people will do this on their own. That's the worst thing you can ever do because you still have to, even though it picks pairs, we still have to know when to get out of those pairs. Right. So we put a little limit on how we do. We only do, I know this sounds crazy, but we only want to make 0.25%.
All right, 15 seconds there, Tom.
USA.com. This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Deputy Doc's working on that one about pricing to see if she got upfront approval. I'm sure she did. And here's the thing. Pricing has always plagued businesses. There are a few ways to price things because someone texts me and says, Tom, tell us how to price things then. Just tell us how to do it. And meaning like, what would you do? And when does something become unconscionable? I say let the market decide. Okay? I shouldn't decide price. Let the market. But the one thing that people tell me is, but Tom, once you pay someone $39 to get them to your home or $79 or whatever it is, you almost feel like, damn, they're here, they may as well do it, it can't be that bad. And then you find out, and here's what usually happens, people. The people at your home did the job, they may have done it perfectly, but then you have the second guesser. So you've done it. Now you have someone come to your house and say, my uncle could have done that for way cheaper. Or, I know a guy. I love that one. I know a guy. I know a guy. And then you have the people that say, what? You paid what? So it gets people riled up. In this case, the guy has that 82-year-old woman. It's very likely she said it's okay. And then he said, what? So here's the deal. What you have to do is know a little bit about pricing before you hire somebody. But how do you price? Many people only price for the item itself and then the time to put it in. And they never consider overhead. Time and materials are the worst way you can price. I told Brendan this from Made in the Shade. He's with us today. I said there were two electricians talking in my office, true story. The first electrician, the guy was Candlelight Electric, which, by the way, turned out to be 1 hour, and then Mr. Sparky and that whole group, and then they were purchased, and then George was a young guy in his 20s, I believe, there. He was a master electrician, George Donaldson. He went away and went with the company that bought them and went to California and learned the business, and he started businesses around the country, and then he came back here and started Fix It 24/7 and said, Tom, I want to use you again like we did before to endorse the company. And so I've known him for years, right? But I remember his father-in-law, Andrew, was an electrician, a lone electrician. He's the one that started the whole thing back then, right? And then the book pricing and all of that. And then somebody bought him out, and that person who bought him out mentored George, who went on to fix it. That's a long story, but here's what I'm getting at. Andrew says, this is what I charge for an outlet. He said, I do book pricing. What I do, he said, is I take all the price of doing business, insurance, workers' comp, liability, my vans, my overhead, rent, all of that, and then I aggregate it to the number of units in a day, and I have to get for the, and you're not 100% busy, sometimes you're only 80% busy, so you have to aggregate the 20% that's sitting idle into that 80%. You have to figure out a way to pay all your bills, not just the outlet you're putting in and the time it took the electrician to do it. But you have to put aside some other bills, some other overhead, right? And it's true, you do. Then, when you do all of that, you've just created a nonprofit business. Because what you're doing is paying your supplier, you're paying the electrician, you're paying your overhead, and the owner gets nothing. So that's called nonprofit. He says, now you got to add profit into that. That gives you the price for that outlet. Now, it's the amount of profit or return on investment you want to make that makes the difference between Company A and Company B. Because if Company A and Company B do it correctly, they're all going to have the same expenses, right? They're all going to have the same expenses, give or take a few bucks. So it's the amount of return on investment they want to make that makes it higher or lower. It's ROI, because no one is in business to be nonprofit. So here's how they price it. They take however, and by the way, that's why when you're small, you have excellent prices, and when you're very large, you have excellent prices. But when you're in between, you go through a stage where you're a little expensive because you don't have enough business to pay for all of your units, you know, all of your vans out on the street, if you're cleaning carpets or if you're doing HVAC or if you're doing electrical or you're doing plumbing. You don't have enough vans on the street where each job can be expensed among everyone. So if you're only 50% busy, 60% busy, your prices have to go up. So the point is this, is that there are stages in businesses where they're not the best value, and they get better value as they get bigger or when they're really small. But there's a point you have to grow at which there's some growing pains and your value goes down naturally. You're in the growth stage, and unless you want to just make nonprofit, just enough to make a job, you can do that. So this is what they do. And they go to seminars to learn this. They say, okay, do your overhead and then just plug in your ROI. And this thing literally spits out how much per hour you need to make it work. No matter what, how much for every hour those people are on the street, what do they have to make for you to get this goal? And now you have an hour. So if you know that you're going to a house and you're going to change out an igniter on a furnace, and it's going to take an hour, you know what that hour is costing you, period. Now what you add to that is the material. So now you have the hour is going to cost, no matter what, it's going to cost your company $208, let's say, no matter what. And that doesn't count the time getting there and the time leaving, going to the next job, because some of that just has to be taken into consideration. So $208, you pad it to $250, and now you add the part, which might be $15, and you add to that because you make a markup on the part in case you have to replace it or argue with the manufacturer. So now you have a price of maybe $300 and something, and somebody says, "What? I could have gotten that part for, $6 or whatever." It gets to a point where it's not worth arguing. What you have to do is look at the market and say, is this substantially above the market or is it substantially lower than the market? And which one do I want to hire? We had a guy one time, this was years ago, but it was still a good price. Furnaces were going about $8 grand, $6 to $8 grand, right? He was doing them for $1,200. Where is he? He went out of business. And that's the idea, is if you don't price properly, you're out of business, and you don't do anyone any good. But if you price too much, you're out of business. The market takes in account what they can afford. So there is no secret. If you look at pricing, Applewood is at the top of the heap. Other companies are pretty high too. Then there are some that are on the lower end. And then there are some that are way cheap, and they're just as problematic as the ones that are way high. Because the way cheaper guys don't stay in business, and they have lousy customer service and lousy follow-up. So, Brendan, when you went out to price, how did you do it? Did you do it essentially that way? I'm investing this much money, and I have to get this much for my men to be on the job that long, or my men and women, my staff? I'm going to turn on. Go ahead.
Yeah. So if you're a small one-man operation, you can
it's easy
price
to
a little
calculate
more competitively
right.
and
exactly
lower. You still have to stay reasonable because the homeowner is going to get multiple bids sometime.
Right.
Not always, but they do.
Right.
And they know, okay, you guys you're here. You're the same as them, but you're including installation and all the warranty and all that. So.
And if you plug in a profit or a return on investment, that's above a salary, that's above the parts and above the employees, above the overhead. Just extra money, which is profit. If you include that, what percentages nowadays do you think businesses plug in general?
As far as a margin goes?
As far as overall profit. I don't know.
I think, my previous life was in the restaurant business, and there was certainly lower margins than there are.
Like 6 to 8%, right? Or not?
Yeah. If you got to 10, you were just absolutely killing it.
But do you ever think about this? You're working your ass off for 10% ROI, return on investment, when sometimes, I'm not saying always, you can make that in the stock market. Sometimes, you know what I'm saying? Or in another investment. In a passive investment, it almost doesn't make sense. People work their asses off for a return of 10% on their capital. What we're saying is, instead of taking that money in that business and working it every day, you can literally be somewhere else passively making some money. So that's another thing. When we say it's hard to get parts, it's hard to get this, it's hard to get that, the reason is we've been driving prices down so much that there's not enough incentive. And the other thing that gives a lack of incentive is when employees aren't paid as much or aren't paid a good wage. And when they don't pay a good wage, they don't get them. When they do pay a good wage, it has to be reflected in pricing, and then consumers balk at it. So it's a twin-edged sword. If you don't pay workers, you don't get them. If you do, your prices are going to be higher.
Nice break time,
That's
Tom.
correct.
So what are some of the businesses, do you think, that have the best ROIs? Do you know? I don't even know. I'm just asking. Do you know any? The offhand, if you had
Beverage,
to pick.
I know.
Now, when it comes to food, I heard pizzas are one.
Yep,
of
absolutely. Beverage is tremendous margins.
How are sandwiches?
Sandwiches are, they're good. But when you factor in labor and that,
I got to take a break. I know, Dragon, I'm sorry. We do have to break. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Water Pros talking pricing, the best pricing for the best water systems. That's paulthewaterman.com.
This is Denver's
I still blame Mark for the break times.
And Dan Kaplis in the afternoon, 6:30. K8.
That's fine. It's still Mark's fault. Even if he's not here, it's his fault.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by LASIK Plus.
Plenty to talk about on the Denver roads and freeways for the early afternoon hours. Starting on the north end of town, I-25 northbound before I-76. We've got a box truck on fire blocking 2 right lanes. Stop and go from 48th. Over on the east end of town, I-225 northbound, watch out for the right lane closed due to standing water from last night's storm on the off-ramp to I-70. Stopped up traffic back from Colfax, about 10 minutes of delayed driving through the scene. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, sunny at the moment. We are expecting some scattered thunderstorm clouds to roll in, high of 78 degrees. Expect high winds, rain, and the potential for hail before the day's end. The current temperature is 78 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Do it. Take the first step towards
10 seconds, buddy.
deal at LASIK Plus today. Right now, LASIK Plus is offering $1,000 off their Wavelight laser when treated in June. That's $500 off per eye with guaranteed financing. Visit mylasicoffer.com for details.
All right, I want to tell you about Harris Family Law and their webinars because you get free information on family law. Free. All you need to do is go to the website. Now, they have live ones every Wednesday. They had one last night, and that'll be archived. Whatever they do on Wednesday, they archive. They have hundreds that you can look at with all kinds of useful information free of charge. So before you decide on a divorce or separation or go into a battle, you can get unfettered, free information and unbiased information. harrisfamilylaw.com/webinars.
Hey, Tom?
Yes.
I just called Applewood,
Yeah.
and all we got was a customer service rep who would not put us through to a manager. She said they can't get back to us before 24 hours. I told her that as a referral list member, they're obligated
Well,
to deal
hold
with
on.
us directly.
We must have in the back. I don't know if Kachina knows how to get to them, but we have in our records, we have the contacts for that business in the referral list. Ask, maybe she can text Suze. Oh, no, they're on a plane right now, aren't they?
Are you going to be in the studio tomorrow?
No.
Oh, you're not coming in tomorrow?
No, can't. I have people coming here.
Okay.
But listen.
Where would it be?
We have, hold on. Kachina, do you know how to get into the back end?
Yeah, she stepped out for a moment to use the restroom, so she'll be back. I'll check with her when she comes back.
You know, I tried telling her that as a referral list member, they have an obligation to deal with us directly and not give us the runaround. And she was basically being a jerk about it. I'll have oh, Kelly's back now.
Good afternoon. Thanks so much for calling the Martino Show.
How much time do I have, Shannon? I mean, Dragon. Sorry.
All good. You got just over 2.
I didn't mean to insult you.
That's fine. Backdoor number for Applewood that might be on your end, because Doc's
Let me see.
calling, they're just giving a runaround.
Let me see. I don't know if we have any angels.
No, they're on the referral list, so Tom was saying that we had some kind of special contact number for them.
Hey, Kelly?
Yeah, I'm looking.
He tried to call them, and they're like, we can't have a manager call you back for 24 hours or something like that. He's like, no.
just see if we have anybody.
15 seconds there, Thomas.
.com. That's orchard.com. Orchard.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. We have Made in the Shade with us, Made in the Shade window coverings. We've been talking about business in general, pricing, and how some people get priced out of the market, some people are priced right in the middle of the market, and that the market should be basically your barometer. If you're charging too much, if you're charging too little, and you're running out of stuff and you're too busy, literally, and not making enough return on your investment. And it's a good topic because people don't always have the right pricing, and that they're the ones that go out of business. And when it comes to pricing, another thing a lot of people don't figure is the cost of marketing. They just automatically think the phone's going to ring or people are going to use their service, and they don't consider competition, because even after you get all of your pricing down, if it's more than the competition, people might go to the competition. And then you have to now balance, do I take a little less profit to get into the shorts of the competition? Do I want to eat away at the competition and maybe get better business share and make a little less profit? So it's not as easy as just, well, I can get that breaker for $1.69 at Home Depot, and I can hire a handyman to put it in for $50. Why are they charging me $249 or whatever? But have you ever come across something where you did pay and then were pissed off about it? You notice we never, when it comes to designer things, or even clothing or anything, or food, we never say, wait a minute, I can buy that steak at King Soopers and cook it at home. What the hell am I spending $60 for a steak dinner? We never do that. What about when it comes to clothing? If you take an Armani suit, if you take Dolce & Gabbana, if you take any kind of, any even remotely designer stuff, I mean, just even off-brands, and you calculate, you try to calculate the cost you can. And a lot of them, this is where that calculation of price does not come into effect. Remember I said return on investment? That's not always the way to do it when it comes to clothing. Some people have what's called the cachet, and they just cash in on something on purpose. They raise prices on purpose to put themselves in a prestigious position. The tale of two vodkas at one time. One vodka was not selling enough. It was a very cheap vodka. It tasted good, but it just wasn't selling well. A marketing company came in and said, we need to charge way more. And the owners thought that the marketing person was insane. Yeah, and we need to put a cut line, so it's not just normal vodka. It's got to be vodka plus a really cool expression or a really cool phrase following the name. And they raised the price. And it then became, with a change of a label, perceived as premium. They did not change the formula one iota. They simply raised the price and made a nicer label that made it look more prestigious. What happened? Sales skyrocketed. Because people didn't want cheap vodka, although I contend you can't tell the difference, by the way, with gin or vodka, but they wanted prestige. And the same can be said for a lot of things. So that's something that doesn't even enter into the realm of pricing when it comes to other stuff. Now, for home services like plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, drains, those
you don't have a cachet. Nobody cares about the brand. Nobody cares about any of that or who they have do it. They're not going to say, well, I'm going to pay more because so-and-so is doing it, and I'm proud to. No, you don't. That's not the way it is. Not with home services. But with clothing, people pay that extra cost because of that. When it comes to perfumes, when it comes to things that people perceive as having added value, they will pay for cachet. It will have nothing to do with the quality necessarily. If you look, for example, at if you really want to get technical and you look at a Louis Vuitton bag, it's not a great bag. I mean, it's not a great, I mean, it's all right, but it's not necessarily built that great. If you look at some of the other bags that there are on the market, leather, vinyl, nylon, if you look at ballistic materials, if you look at all, you can find things way hardier and better. But people are not going to pay the price they pay for a Vuitton. They won't do it. Why? Because when they hold that Vuitton, they want people to see the logo and to think, wow. Okay, look at a Burberry scarf. That scarf next to any other scarf at Target or anywhere you shop is not going to be better. It's not going to keep you warmer. It has the Burberry plaid. So when somebody sees that plaid, they think, Tom just bought a scarf that costs a lot of money. He must have money, or he must have money to burn, or he must like having the finest things in life. And that's where, but the home services don't have that advantage. So I want to know what you're willing to pay for. What are you actually willing to pay for? I got to take this break. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. By the way, you can get a meeting with a real stem cell doc on the phone and find out about your condition, and it will help. I am actually feeling results from my stem cell therapy on my lower back. It's wonderful. You can do it too. 833-STEM-GEN. 833-STEM-GEN.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
Plenty to talk about on the Denver roads and freeways for the early afternoon hours. Starting on the north end of town, I-25 northbound before I-76. We've got a box truck on fire blocking 2 right lanes. Stop and go from 48th. Over on the east end of town, I-225 northbound, watch out for the right lane closed due to standing water from last night's storm on the off-ramp to I-70. Stopped up traffic back from Colfax, about 10 minutes of delayed driving through the scene. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, sunny at the moment. We are expecting some scattered thunderstorm clouds to roll in, high of 78 degrees. Expect high winds, rain, and the potential for hail before the day's end. The current temperature is 78 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Shop the best deals of the summer now.
10 seconds there, Tom. You're up next.
Furniture and accessories with up to 50% off. Lowe's knows July 4 savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offer valid through 6/28. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Hey, I'll tell you, speaking of home services, as I said, Fix It 24/7. I've known the owner for years and years, and the value they offer is this. First of all, you're not going to find them outpriced on the market. You're not going to find them the cheapest, but you will find them the most reliable and the simplest to do business with. $39 gets a technician to your home, whether it's plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, or drains. That's $39. They will assess the situation. They will give you up front a price and exactly what they will do with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. If you decide to have the work done, they'll waive the $39, essentially making the call free, and then they do the repair. Now, if you don't have it done, all you will pay is $39. You cannot fault them for that. That is a fair deal. 720-526-3939. 720-526-3939. And speaking of pricing, how many companies give you a price on the phone? You can get that at The Art of Granite. You tell Mitch Floria over at The Art of Granite what you want in a countertop, whether it's granite, quartz, quartzite, marble, whatever it is, any solid surface, any man-made material, any engineered stone. And you know what they'll do? They'll ask you a little bit about the project, your measurements, and give you a price on the phone because they love their value. Not many do that. theartofgranite.com, 303-386-5919, 386-5919. I know, Jesus Christ, I know it. I just get tired thinking about it. No, think about it. Has anyone noticed how much water has gone up?
I'm Martin Hope from the Better Garage Neighbors, and I love Nevada. I told you about how the emergency providers care. Good Nevada's powered summer will help you with allergies, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Nevada will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Nevada? Like Ricardo. This is one of his greatest inventions ever. I know the place on was on graduating, but this sucker is amazing. The first time I did it, I couldn't believe it came out of my sinuses. I could breathe with ease. My wife was breathless too. Thank you for your product. Unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Nevada. The all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Nevada is available at Walmart, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Nevada. NAD, AG1, Green Hedge, Healthy Love. At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their back. Why do your clients know that? Because Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest level of financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always preparing for the hope. So look, you do it because it's complete? No. We do it because it's the right thing to do. Our clients trust us with their retirement savings, and we know how important that responsibility is. So we take the time to really get to know them. Get to know them how? We make sure we understand their unique goals, finances, health, family, and lifestyle, so we can tailor their portfolio.
What's that?
I was really want to help them to feel comfortable in retirement. Sounds like a big responsibility. You must have kids commission yourself, right? No, we don't sell commission-based products. We have one single transparent fee that's structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different from the name of money. Investor decisions can also benefit loans. Are you considering an electric or hybrid vehicle? This is Steve Howard with the Autonomy Mobility. We trained our technicians, built the infrastructure, and are committed to being the best family dealership to help with your EV needs. Our brands include Audi, Volkswagen, Hyundai, Volvo, and Polestar. Stop by any Prada dealerships in California and Livingston, or visit our only Polestar show in the heart of Cherry Creek Mall. With the California dealership, Audi, Shell Energy. Visit us today.
15 seconds, Tom.
Your voice be heard. Call, text, and now talk back anytime with our free iHeartRadio app. While streaming KHOW and the full screen player, just click the microphone to record your message. Talk back to Denver's talk station now.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. What's going on in your life? We've been having a very interesting discussion on business and pricing. And that's because it's something we don't often discuss. And a lot of people don't like discussing it because they feel like, especially people in business, they don't feel like it will do any good. But then we have a lot of advertisers who guarantee the lowest prices on stuff. Mike, you have a comment on luxury items. Go ahead. I said with luxury items, the return on investment is not the only factor. They up that a lot, and they don't base it on the cost of anything. They add some cachet to it and just get extra just for the sake of the name. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, that's true. And while you pointed out the uselessness of owning a Ferrari or any of those exotic cars.
Absolutely.
But Ferrari's been making record returns in the last few years.
Of course. That's
yeah.
right. That's right.
And that's, 60 years ago it was the French that dominated styling, but then slowly the Italians began to muscle in, strong arm the way into styling, and I love Italian styling, and the food is the best. But with all these fancy prices, you really don't get much durability.
Why don't you hold on, Mike? I want to discuss it, really. Hold on for that. And also, Doug, hang on. We'll be right back.
Are you feeling...
Kachina, whatever happened to that woman with her Whatever happened to that woman with her dishwasher?
I can get her back, but she's got she said that it would be easier to get her on tomorrow rather than today.
5 seconds.
So I can...
No, get her on tomorrow.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help a common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So we've been having a discussion on all kinds of stuff, as we do on a consumer show, near and dear to your heart and pocketbook, as I like to say it. Something came up about pricing. Somebody was upset about a price of something. They thought it would be cheaper. They gave approval, apparently. Other people call and say, look, what should something cost? And that is a great question, because pricing is all over the board, especially for home services like plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. Cars, same thing. Clothing, the same thing. Then we talked about luxury items. Mike had a comment on that. In general, I believe luxury items, other than the cachet they carry or the status, they're junk. I don't know of any luxury item that is necessarily built better. And I gave an example one time of a Ferrari. Ferrari cars are built very, very, very well. No better. In fact, less, not even as good as a Corvette. Yet they cost 4 or 5 times the amount of a Corvette, and sometimes even more than that. And you can't get many miles on them, or the value goes down to nothing. And yet people are lured to them. People are lured to luxury items. But my belief is this, plain and simple, and you tell me I'm wrong. People buy it to lord it over someone else. The only reason I believe someone buys a Ferrari is because it is so expensive that it makes you feel like a big man. You're thinking, hey, I got a Ferrari. And by the way, 95% of all buyers are males. So, Lamborghini. Look how much money I make. I can afford a Lamborghini. That's what it's all about. If you really, really examine it, that's what it's about. Because a Corvette, which costs a fraction of what that costs, is a way better car. So it's not because of the quality. And you're thinking, oh, it's just because I like it, Tom. Oh, yeah. The reason you like it is because of the marketing job that was done on you. Pricing has everything to do with ego. Mike, go ahead. What were you going to say about luxury items?
Well, I don't know if you know this or heard this. During the COVID-19 shutdown, Milan, Italy suffered particularly hard because many of their that's where a lot of their luxury goods are manufactured, and many of the factory workers there were imported Chinese, and they were just bringing it in with no restrictions on import or export. And really, I mean, it makes me think, right next to the line, making the Louis Vuitton authentic item, and over in China making the fake item? Is there really much difference in quality?
There's no difference in quality. I once looked at some fake Louis Vuitton bags that were actually better. Now, not all of them are, but look at a Rolex as a watch. It's a fine watch. There's nothing. But you know what? There are every single watch on the market, a higher end watch is as good, but you'll pay more for a Rolex, you pay more for a Breitling, but what are you paying for? What do you think? Brendan's a smart guy, made in the shade, by the way, window coverings. I do want to get back to window coverings. He's a great guy, and Made in the Shade is an excellent place. With window coverings, is there status or style that people go for? Like, do you have any of the designers that make any of their lines? Did you have any like Ralph Lauren window coverings or not?
Well, we rep every major brand out there. So one of the most well-known one is obviously Hunter Douglas.
But that's not like a designer, though, is
we
it?
get people that specifically, they don't care what I show them. Is good,
I want to ask
better
you straight
quality,
up.
less
I want to
price.
know, is it
they
better?
want Hunter Douglas.
Is Hunter Douglas the best quality? Are you allowed to say?
Well, they're very good quality. They are.
But aren't there some? Be honest. Are there some less expensive that are better?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Or
So-
just as good. Absolutely.
So what do you think, Mike? What do you think the reason is someone will buy a Ferrari?
Oh, the same reason they buy a Range Rover or Land Rover: cachet, name recognition. Okay, the joke used to be, I bought this Rolex in New York City. How much you pay for it? $10 on the corner.
No, I know.
Nowadays, it's probably the same thing you buy, or not much far away from what you buy in a Denver jewelry store.
Again, I'll always be fascinated. Mike, thank you very much. Listen, I'm not going to tell you I didn't fall prey for that. I mean, I had a Rolex Presidential many years ago. I was an idiot. I was a total idiot. It really, I love quality. Don't get me wrong. I love quality. But I don't buy something for what someone else thinks of it. I buy it because I like it. And go ahead, Tom. What's your comment on luxury items? Tom?
I can hear you. I bought a Ferrari because it was an excellent deal at the time, and I was helping out a friend. But it was one of the worst purchases I ever made because it had a lot of maintenance issues and things, and it was in excellent condition. And I agree with you on that, and I agree with you on the watches. I've had Rolex and I've had Citizens, and through the long haul, all my Citizens are still working, and I've had the Rolex in a number of times for service. So, and I generally like to buy quality things. They're not necessarily, they actually are priced like luxury things. But
No, you're right. You're right. Some of them are. And some luxury things are great quality. Okay? They really are.
They are. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. But like I have a couple of Lexus now, and people think they're luxury, but I just find they're extremely reliable and good cars.
I've heard a lot of good things about that. I've heard a lot of good things.
They are great.
Well,
I've
thank
had
you.
Thank you.
Tom, I love talking about this stuff. Now, Doug, you have a problem with XL. What's going on?
I had a solar voltaic system installed in November of 2017.
Wait, a solar system?
A solar voltaic system.
Got it. And who installed it?
A company called Soul Energy out of Carbondale, Colorado.
Okay, so what's going on?
I'm not getting any power out of it because I can't get through the morass of different. I don't know what to do with it.
Wait. Have you never had it hooked up?
It has never been turned on.
Why? What reason is it Excel's problem?
Partly, yeah.
Well, what is the problem?
Blame on it too. It's a house built in 1980. people that had it before me built a deck around the utility meter. So when the solar company submitted a bid for the system, I don't think they even saw the utility meter that was there. And when they Excel Division down here in Denver approved the project, when they came to turn it on and get all the approvals, the Mountain Division comes out there and says, you can't have a utility meter there. We need you to relocate it.
Hold on. So the bottom line is, now I'm not sure the solar system, the solar company had to do that, but that thing was wrong from the get-go, right? I mean, were they reading your meter regularly, or how were you being billed with the meter? You said the meter was in the center of a deck. They built a deck around it?
They could find it. It wasn't that buried. But it was still, the Mountain Division said it's got to be moved.
Okay.
So really down in Denver, there's a different division for the solar people.
No, but I don't think it has anything to do with the solar. In other words, I think that they want your meter moved no matter what, right?
Well, you know what? That's already done. Now comes to, it's taken me five plus, or almost over 5 years, to actually get a contractor out there to move the meter.
So you finally moved your meter?
Yes.
And what happened then?
Four different people came out, said they'd do the work, and then disappeared on me. So that's why.
But right now, the meter, hold on, let me get this straight. The meter is moved right now, is that correct?
The meter's moved, it's set in place. All I need to do is, this is where I have struggled all along, is I don't know what I need to submit back to Excel to get them to finish all the paperwork and say, okay, you now have permission to operate.
Okay, hold on. One thing at a time now. Is your regular electrical system operating through the new meter site?
It is.
Okay, so that's done. Now you have to get the solar system activated.
Right.
But because it's so far from the original thing, you don't remember what you had to do or if you have to resubmit. Is the solar company still around?
They are not responding to my request for help.
Okay, I want to get our solar expert on just to get some guidance. So hold on, and we'll try to do that, okay? Hold on. 303-713-TALK. Kachina, let's try to get our solar expert on. ProBid Energy.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Rod over at JFR Cars, one of our car brokers. We love him. Rodney, you have a comment on cars. We talked about luxury cars and exotic cars. What is your comment?
Well, I think the other side of things is when you're buying one of those exclusive, name-only performance cars, you're paying for that history and that legacy and the race and the race legacy behind it, and you're also paying for it. It's a better investment sometimes than even buying a house. So that's the other side of it. If you can wait for it to appreciate, you like I sold I think it was a '67 Daytona Ferrari.
Yeah.
We sold it for $400,000. Well, that car was less than $100,000 when it sold brand new. So that there's that other aspect of it as well. But I do agree with you. Is it a maintenance house? Absolutely. But people typically don't drive it as a daily driver. It's really a weekend car or a monthly car, and they're waiting for it to appreciate.
Well, okay, Rodney, but I think that's rare and far between, though, as far as the exotic cars for investment, right? I mean, I know that some of them are, but most of them aren't. Wouldn't you say most of them? Like a run-of-the-mill Lamborghini.
I would say that.
What? Yeah.
I would definitely say that. I'd say, there's the guy who has the money and wants that, but there's that other aspect, is the legacy as well.
You're right.
You know,
There is a
like
legacy.
what-
There is a part of history people want,
Yeah.
and that, or the
Right.
particular car for what its lineage was. I have to take this break real quick.
Right.
If you have more comments, you're welcome to stick around. I'm Tom Martino. Hold on.
Tree Farms Gardener Sale going on now. Choose a big 5-year-old number 15 container Autumn Blaze maple tree for only $319.99. Get 25% off thousands of reliable shade trees. Choose from many varieties and sizes, including coffee tree, honeylove.
10 seconds, Tom. You're up next.
Also save on shrubs, berries, and vines. Come see.
You take I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the tree farm.
John Fuller is a personal injury attorney. He's our expert here on the show. And there's something I want you to know about personal injury. When you're in an accident, you're going to remember all of these commercials you see and hear about the big awards people get. And you know, John Fuller believes every single case should be worked exactly the same. He never tries to predict which one is big and which one is smaller. And you're not shuttled off to a call center or an assistant. He handles every single case at Fuller Law. That's the way he does it, and he has pledged not to get any bigger than it takes for him to work every single case. John Fuller. You'll notice the difference. You're not just a number. You truly will notice. You'll even get his cell phone number to be in constant communication with him. Fuller Law, John Fuller, myaccidentlawyer.co. Notice the difference at 303 597-4500, 597-4500. Hey, the Art of Granite will do prices on the phone. How many times have I said pricing is touchy, but not with the Art of Granite? They know that they tear out and haul away free. They know that they'll do the bathroom free when you have the kitchen done. So all they have to do is know some square footage and the materials, whether it's granite, quartz, quartzite, marble, any solid surface, any engineered stone. The Art of Granite will give you a price, and they're happy to do it. Remember, tear out and haul away is free. And that bathroom's free when you have the kitchen done. TheArtofGranite.com. Get your price right now. Give him a call, and he'll love to do it. 303-386-5919, 386-5919. You know, money's a big part of this show when we talk about extra cash you can get from your old jewelry. We mean it. Go to David Ellis Jewelry. The main thing here is don't be cheated. David Ellis Jewelry is a live local jewelry store at 2640 East 3rd Avenue. That's 3rd and Clayton and Cherry Creek. He's happy to give you a price and pay you instantly if you agree. Now, if it's junk, he wants to weigh it and pay it. You know, if it's great antique used jewelry, you get a better price. 303-322-8779, 322-8779. DavidEllisJewelry.com.
Oh, you do like tea or you don't like tea? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Does this have caffeine? Yeah.
Yesterday I couldn't keep up with the phone calls.
Yeah.
Some days I just don't even understand what does it. It's like some days it's so crowded we don't know what to do, and then other days it's like it's just weird.
It's interesting, yeah.
So if you
10 seconds here, Tom.
Trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, so we have this thing with the solar system, all right? So what's happening is I'm going to try to explain it to Mark. Bring Doug up, because, Doug, I want you to correct me if I'm wrong on this. And I believe, Doug, you said that you had a solar system installed in 2017. And what happened was you couldn't get it hooked up because Excel Energy said your meter was in the wrong place and they wouldn't service it there. So you finally got your meter moved by a contractor, and you know, it was a series of errors, but you finally got the meter moved. Your electrical service is working with the meter in the new location. So that's all working. Now, you can't get the solar system activated. Now, let me ask you this. When they moved the meter, was the solar system hooked up to the meter at that time?
Nope.
Doug?
The original. Am I not there?
You're here now. Yep.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Let's see. When you when we put in for the thing, they had to put in something they call a production meter that would measure the amount of solar energy produced.
Okay.
And then there's a utility meter that, you know, just if you're getting power from the sun, I guess you're not having to worry about it from the utility meter type of thing. I don't.
Doug, here's what I was asking. Here's all I'm asking. To hook up the solar to the new location where the meter is, what will it take?
I believe that if I believe Chris something or other who works for the Mountain Division up there.
For XL.
XL, yeah. That I need to submit the right paperwork so that he can come in and put in the correct meter.
Yeah, okay. You don't have your net meter put in yet.
All right, but hold on. But, Doug, one thing I'm still confused about. When they originally put in your solar system, your electrical meter was in a different place. What I want to know is, if you moved your meter away from where it used to be, do they now have to rerun something from the solar system to that meter?
No.
Why?
Do they need to run? Apparently, what's only left is getting the paperwork through the matrix.
Okay, Doug, can you help me here just 1 second? I'm going to let our expert talk, but just help me out here. You moved your meter. How far away did you move your meter from where it was?
Probably about 3 feet.
Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. I misunderstood. Okay, so go ahead, Mark. What do you think's going on?
Well, first of all, his solar company should have been doing all this for him, your installer. But if you had it done in 2017, it sounds to me like you were in need of a net meter.
Well, no. His original problem, Mark, had nothing to do with the solar company. They had to Excel made him move his meter 3 feet.
Okay, so you moved the meter and your solar's still not plugged in or operational.
That's right.
Okay. So
at this stage, what I've been told is I need to figure out how to get through the morass of stuff at Excel to resubmit the application and eventually get the proper meter put in and permission to operate.
Okay.
Yep, okay.
And that was all done in 2017, but it has to be redone.
Yeah. We can help.
The original submission was in November of 2007.
We get it. And the company that put it in, what is the name exactly again, did you call it?
Sol-Energy.
Sol, S-O-L?
Yep.
Okay.
Where are they now?
They're still there. They just don't seem to respond to my phone calls or call me back or do anything.
Let me do this. Let's get your name and number, and our ProBid Energy team will dive into it and see what needs to be done. And if we can get involved to help you, we will.
Now, mind you, this, Mark, this is in Carbondale, isn't it, sir?
The solar energy company is in Carbondale.
Where's your system? Where are you located with the system?
Silverthorne.
Huh?
It's in Silverthorne.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a
I'm not planning on driving up there, but what I think we can do is help you get the paperwork done that's necessary if it hasn't done, or if it's already expired. Maybe we can help you file that to get PTO.
That would be
request
exactly what I.
Yeah, they might be able to help. They're great people, by the way. They're really good people. ProBidEnergy.com. They've helped people even who weren't their customers. So, and they do new systems as well. So, Doug, hold on, and Kachina Kalori is going to get you connected to Mark over at ProBidEnergy.com. And people, if anyone's looking for a solar system, you'd be wise to go with these people. 303-623-1531. We have more coming right up.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the LASIK Center.
Roads starting to calm down after a busy morning. I-25 northbound, we're still seeing speeds in the 30s and 40s into downtown between Broadway and Colfax. Over on the east end, 225 northbound, watch out for a right lane closed on the off-ramp to I-70 due to standing water from last night's storm. We're seeing stop-and-go traffic back from 17th, about 5 minutes of delayed driving for folks heading to the DIA area. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, fair skies at the moment. We are hoping for highs pushing against that 80-degree mark. However, clouds are rolling in with scattered thunderstorms, potential of high winds and hail. The current temperature is 78 degrees with your Impact Traffic and weather. Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Get ready for a life of...
All right, you're up next, Tom. Just about 10 seconds.
We're offering $1,000 off LASIK with our latest Wavelight laser when treated in June. That's $500 off per eye with guaranteed financing. Visit SaveOnTLC.com for details.
You know, I love the way a garage looks after it's coated with that, what people commonly call epoxy. It's actually polyaspartic, and people have done their workshops with it, their pool decks, their patios, the aprons on their garages, even a concrete porch. If you want the best of the best, you get Garage Kings. Guaranteed lowest price. That's right. Guaranteed finish for life. That's right. And no money down until you're absolutely finished with the job. 720-252-0370. 720-252-0370. GarageKings.com. Hey, tomorrow's car day. Kevin Calkin will be here from Sheridan Autotech.com. Sheridan Autotech, known for their convenience, value, longevity, experience, knowledge, everything you want in an auto repair facility for light and heavy maintenance and repairs. They also do electrical issues and problems, which hardly anyone does. You can really trust SheridanAutotech.com. 303-455-7242, 455-7242.
Hey, Tom,
Yeah.
you found out that they discovered the submarine, right?
No. What happened?
Okay, they basically it's thought that they probably imploded. They found a debris field with pieces that were definitely distinctive to the Titan itself.
Shit.
1,600 miles away from, 1,600 feet away from the bow of the Titanic.
God almighty, and they're all dead, right?
Good afternoon. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show.
If that imploded, it was instantaneous. Bam. Done. They couldn't open it. 17 bolts around the outside, only open from the outside. How stupid. I mean, one thing is going to sub, but it's another thing doing that sub. I don't know. I went in a submarine in Hawaii, on tourist deal, and you go down 100 something feet or something. You definitely see all the safety checks and I still don't like that. I still don't like it. Yeah. That's too bad. I didn't know it was on that submarine. Is it cold down here? Yeah, I just realized I can turn that down. Yeah, it is cold in here. Oh shit, I have really cold. Why is it so cold? I didn't mean to set it so cold. Hold on. Turn that off there. Main floor. Why is the main floor so cold? What the fuck? I didn't mean to. Second floor.
All right, 15 seconds, guys.
.com. You will too. Get an evaluation. 303-800-3419 or QCColorado.com.
Regrow your own natural hair during Advanced Hair Summer Sales Event. AdvancedHair.com.
Hey, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255.
Hey, Tom, you were talking about luxury items.
Yes.
How would you rate experiences? Like, some people say I'm crazy for spending a couple $100 to play a round of golf in a special course, or some people will go on, excursions like the
Submarine.
Like the Submarine. But would you consider that the same thing as luxury items?
That's a good point. No, I don't. Nope. I think travel and experience is in a different category altogether. I mean, I imagine people do things for the status, but you are there experiencing something that is so extraordinary. I'm not saying I would do it necessarily, like go in the submarine or something like that, but no, I don't think so. I think luxury items is a total expression of ego. Now, some think that what was the spaceship the Amazon guy went up in and all that?
I mean, the SpaceX?
What?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It wasn't SpaceX.
No, but the one that Bezos went up in.
It was Bezos' project, I think.
Right.
That was an ego thing for him, I think, and developing this. But I do think, though, that when you purchase something just because it's expensive, let me tell you something. We were in Miami one time. Stephanie and I were in Miami. We went into the store we always love to shop these luxury stores and look at them. And there was a bag on the shelf, and she asked to look at it. They handed us gloves, and she put on gloves, these silk gloves or something, and went up and got it, put a little pad down on the counter, and then set it on the counter, and it was like a $35,000 purse. It was a clutch. It wasn't even that big, right? And I'm thinking to myself, seriously, honest to God, I thought, what ridiculous moron would pay $35,000 for this purse? Who would ever pay I don't care. And I know people say, well, Tom, if you had money to burn, let's just say, for grins, I had more than $1 billion. I would not spend it foolishly. I still would not spend it foolishly. Would I maybe have something that I don't have now? Possibly. But it wouldn't be for anyone else. It would be for me, something I like.
I mean, one time I was playing poker at a game, and the guy next to me had on about a $15,000 Rolex watch.
Mm-hmm.
So I said to him, "Hey, Dave, what time is it?" He looks, it's 9:15. I picked up. I said, "You know what? On my $20 Timex, it's 9:15." So the Timex keeps as good time as a Rolex does.
I know it. I know.
It's amazing to me that someone paid $15,000 for a watch.
So anyway, we were talking, and I want to talk to Made in the Shade and Brendan. Brendan, window coverings, though, they have brand names, and you're saying some of these brand names aren't as good as lower price ones for the same price or better pricing, but people just have it in their mind they have to get a certain brand. But I don't think it's because of status. I think they do that with window coverings because they heard they were the best, right?
Or they've had them in a company like Hunter Douglas, which is very good and reputable. Their parents had them. They've grown up with them, and that's just what they know as the that is.
What do you think is one of the best value brands for window coverings?
I mean, Alta is one, and they're actually owned by Hunter Douglas, and so they're every bit as good, and their customer service is tremendous. Norman is another good one out there. There's a lot of them.
Now,
outdoor roller shades. There's one made right here that we mostly use called Insel Roll, and they're right out of Louisville, Colorado. And they
really they make them right there.
Absolutely incredible outdoor roller shade.
Where are plantation shutters made for indoors?
Overseas in Asia. They're also made in North America and Mexico now, and some in the United States as well. Hunter Douglas makes some here in the United States. And
okay, so that's one item I don't think where you find luxury. I mean, where you find, a status buying. Right. I mean, you want good stuff. I think furniture can be status buying. I mean, although that's getting less and less. It used to be, oh my God, you know what? Here's what I found out. Years ago, I don't want to get into why, but we had to sell a bunch of stuff, right? So, and was it Hendradon or is that the big fancy crap?
Yeah.
You couldn't give that stuff away. Nobody cared anymore. No, do people still care, though, I wonder, about that kind of stuff, that really designer stuff for furniture? I'm not sure. I think people are more casual. Or am I wrong? Maybe I'm just hanging out with a bunch of poor people. I don't know.
I think they just want quality for what they pay for.
I like quality. That I like. But I will not buy a brand name for the brand name.
Right.
Especially when it doesn't have the quality. And, I'm sorry to say that Mercedes quality has gone down. It has. I think it's not bad, but it's gone down. And American quality has come up. I think they're all kind of, when it comes to cars now, they're all kind of leveling out. But I keep saying this, the best dollar value there is for if you want a fast, exotic, and it's not really exotic, but Corvettes, I have never seen better value for the performance and the money ever. I don't have one. I'm not going to get one, but you cannot even compare those other cars to the Corvette for the same dollar value. I mean, you can get a Lamborghini that'll look nice and exotic and people will stare at you, but it's not built as good. And it's 5 times the, well, at least 5 times the amount. So I have never understood it. And again, I stand by my contention that when it comes to this kind of stuff, when it comes to luxury items, people are buying it to have it over on someone else. And I hate even saying that. So let's get to the point where we are talking about this submarine real quick. Hey, I guess people have heard. When did the news break about them finding a debris field?
About an hour ago.
Okay. And so there's nothing but debris, no bodies, nothing?
Correct.
God. So, and they're positive that it's part of the submarine they found?
They found identifiable parts of the Titan, yes.
When do they, I wonder when they think it happened. I mean, and what causes that to just implode?
Well, they went out on Sunday.
Yeah.
So there is, people are surmising it probably happened on Sunday. As they were going down, the pressure was too much and it imploded.
I mean, God, do they test these vessels? And how many cycles can you do before it just weakens? And when it does weaken, isn't there a way to know and to tell? You often wonder about stuff like this. And it just imploded. I mean, but that, if there's any silver lining, that would have been quick, and it wouldn't have, people wouldn't have suffered, do you think? Right? Implosion would have been, boom, done. I mean, that's the way I'm thinking. Are experts weighing in on that?
They are kind of, everything is speculation at this point.
Obviously, yeah.
You know, and so, but they have Dragon, did they switch to a search and recovery? Okay, so we don't know if it's been switched to a search and recovery yet, but Coast Guard did say that the pieces of debris that were identifiable to the Titan kind of proves, on a good speculative type of story that it probably decompressed or lost pressure and imploded.
Okay, we have more coming up. I'm Troubleshooter Tom Martino.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
Some easy driving throughout the Denver Metro, normal afternoon slowdowns on the roads and freeways. That might not be the case in the next couple hours. However, I-25 northbound, we're seeing speeds in the 30s and 40s between Alameda and Colfax. Heading east to the airport, I-70 eastbound, watch out for slower speeds between Peoria and Pena Boulevard. As a result, 225 northbound, some regular congestion on the off-ramp to I-70 as well. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, we're starting to see those clouds roll in with those threatening thunderstorms. Expect heavy winds, potential for hail, and of course rain on the roads and freeways. Highs pushing the 80-degree mark before the afternoon's end. The current temperature is 78 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Shop top summer savings now at...
All right, Tom, you're up next. 10 seconds.
Okay.
Select major kitchen appliances, plus save up to $3,165 on select 4-piece LG kitchen suites. Offer valid through 6/28. Savings based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for details.
You know, EuroPlumbingColorado.net has expanded their lowest price guarantee from water heaters. They're doing water heaters for just $12.99, completely installed, and the old one taken away. But they're also doing garbage disposals, and they say they're going to save you 90% over the industry standard. Oh, my God. And they're doing sump pumps. So if you want the best deals in plumbing, EuroPlumbingColorado.net, 303-668-6844, 668-6844. Now, if you need information on retirement, Become the Banker can help you with a fixed indexed annuity. And, you know, I call it Become the Banker. That is one of their slogans. Another one is MyMoneyMyWay.com. Here's the bottom line. They believe in giving you guaranteed results, returns, guaranteed never to lose, guaranteed not to go down, guaranteed not to lose even your gains, and you need to find out more about it. It's that simple. These are people I've known and trusted for 30 years. That's MyMoneyMyWay.com, 303-779-6600. If you're looking for a reverse loan, do you have equity on your home, and you're 62 or older, you can get a reverse loan. Now, some people just want enough to pay off their mortgage with the way rates are right now. They just want to pay off their mortgage, not have a payment. That's cool. You can do that. Some people have a lot of equity, maybe a paid-off home, and they want to have an emergency line of credit. Let me tell you how that works. For every year you have this line of credit, the line of credit or the borrowing power grows, and it can never be taken away. So it's great going into older age with this cushion. Find out more at our lender, EmpowerReverse.com. Empower Reverse Mortgages is glad to answer your questions. 720-500-7719. 720-500-7719.
You probably...
Thank you. Oh, this is so sad. God almighty, this is so... Let me take this sound off. Let me put my sound on my speakers here. You know how many people are going to be sued? An aircraft. Those are the two things. Spaceship. Up or down. Yeah. My God. More money than sense. So sad. Yeah, that guy had a 19-year-old son who, you know. God almighty. Wow.
News 24 readers, men must wear. You now have the convenience of listening to News 24's quality journalism.
Come on, man.
Like on an airplane.
Yeah.
Are you allowed to? I know you're a pilot. Are you allowed to fly if on a homemade deal without permission? Or
Okay,
how does
here's
that
the way
work?
that works. In America, there's something called, there's a whole category called experimental.
Right.
With an experimental aircraft.
All right, 10 seconds here, Tom.
Brown, mornings 6 to 10.
This is the insanity of the left.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW. Online at khow.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. Well, the submarine was found. I did not realize this, but people had voiced safety concerns years ago about this not being certified at all by any agency. And there is a submersible society or something that does certify and inspect. By the way, Made in the Shade is here, and they're going, when they're not here, you can find them at referralist.com, Made in the Shade. And their number 720-458-6566, 720-458-6566. Okay, so one thing I wanted to mention There is a such thing as experimental aircraft. Now, in international waters, experimental submersibles and experimental boats, experimental anything can be done. And there is absolutely zero regulation because you're in international waters. Just like in international waters, you have gambling and everything else, right? Now, here's the thing. When it comes to experimental aircraft, you can't fly it unless it's signed off by the FAA. You have to have an inspector or a designated inspector for your final sign-off. And they give you something that says you can fly it, and they give you an area you can fly it in, and it's non-populated, or the traffic pattern, and you don't get signed off until you put a certain number of hours on it there. Then you get signed off to go outside of that. But they're stages. Now, a lot of the experimental aircraft, even though they call them experimental, have been done over and over and over with proven designs, and you copy that design. You buy a kit. Now, are there one-ups? Yes, there are. There are people that'll literally get out some spruce and do a wood airplane, or they'll get out carbon fiber. They'll do airplanes. And those airplanes, again, you build it. Before you can taxi, you can high-speed taxi, but then before you can take it off a foot off the ground, well, actually you can do what's called crow hops. They're little crow, but they won't let you on the runway. You'd have to be somewhere where it's not controlled. But if you're on a runway, you don't do anything on that airport until you're signed off. And I had one, and so the FAA comes out, and I built it, and well, I had assistants too. So they come out and they inspect it, and they look it all over, and you walk around it, and then they look at every aspect of it. Then they want to see the logs on how it was built, how it was put together, and then they sign it off, but that you have very strict operating procedures until you go through stages. Anyway, so it's a tragedy. It's terrible. Anyway, thank you very much, Made in the Shade, for being here. Folks, tomorrow's car day. We're going to have a great time. Uncle Kevin is in from Sheridan Auto Tech, so join us then. And remember, I say it, I mean it, 303 Martino, save all your problems for me. See you, brothers.
See ya.
And sister.
And stay connected with all.
That's interesting. All the experimental stuff.
Now, experimental, I had experimental.
You do?
I did. Yeah. It went 300 miles. No, it went 260 miles an hour. I want to show you a clip. I actually did so much work on it. Let me see if I can find it.
So you have to keep, I would assume then, for those inspectors, records as you're building it, like when you attach this, how you attach,
Yeah.
not like detailed records so they can see that you put it together.
Yeah.
Correct sequence and whatnot.
So I had this thing.